Carrots. I am very pleased to be joined once again by Rory B, and a special guest come down from the lofty heights of the NLC. It's Middlecott, back to his roots, back to UK League. How you doing, my friend?
Yeah, no, well, the demotion, the relegation is a bitter pill to swallow, but I'm anticipating that I'm going to be able to rebuild, sort of retool, and then when the RPS comes around, I'm going to fight for my spot to make the way back up to the big leagues.
He's even wearing red. You can go proper Sunderland mode, and we'll see him in Div.2 before the end of the year. Rory, how are you feeling? You're also wearing red, but you're not about to be demoted. How are you feeling today?
I'm also wearing red. Yeah, honestly, I'm feeling very good about these games because it's finally a Paragon game where I feel like they shouldn't be able to pull it to 50 minutes.
Well,
because they're against a team that should, in theory, close out. So,
very bold.
I'm always a fan of things staying on schedule, so like anything under 45, I'm happy as hell.
Well, it's fine. Their average game time's only 41 minutes so far, so we're well under that one. Good stuff, guys. Let's bring that matchup up. Our game 1 of the day is Paragon versus Rise Gaming. Now, Paragon are 1 and 2, Rise Gaming are 2 and 1. And while we're bringing Middlecott in to introduce him back to the UK scene, it does have a little bit of a kind of when you bring your science teacher over to your bench to see how you're getting on with the experiment, and it's just, there's fires on everything, there's chemical spillage, it's just an absolute state. So hopefully you'll walk away not too terrified of where the scene is since you've left us here.
Yeah, well, I hope so. Well, I'm not going to lie, my science teacher was generally not a fan of what I did in those classes, so
yeah.
Hopefully that's not the same thing. But you're talking about stuff being on fire, like this is the UK scene. Like, it's a perpetual flame that we've got going here.
Big fan of opening the show with the UKEL. It's like a failed science experiment.
Yeah, I mean,
run at it, I guess.
I'll happily debate the efficacy of that statement with anyone who's willing to prove me wrong. But we're about to go and get a little bit into this matchup, okay? Paragon, as we've already teed up, they have refused to have a normal game of League of Legends flat out, kind of since they joined the UK scene like 2 years ago. But we'll get the roster up here so we can see this is the new form of Paragon. Kenji, Fruity Carrots, Ketsuo, Dark Shadow, and Neotech down in the bot side. So, Rory, very quickly, if you had to try and diagnose why it is that Paragon's games are averaging 41 minutes, do you have an idea as to what's going wrong here? Because we like to laugh and joke and say that they refuse to be normal, but what's actually happening?
So, I think Paragon fall into a bit of an issue where they want to take every fight that's physically available on the map, even if it's not a great fight to take. And so they kind of enable a bit of a buddy system towards their games where they're always hanging around together, and that means they just can't play even when they're ahead to their maximum here.
Yeah, we can see the clips right now of the early games, but I think we have... I mean, I don't think this is a clip of Paragon, but you can enjoy it anyway. But Middlecott, given that we have a team like Paragon that simply refuses to just kind of have normal games and keeps dragging the games longer and longer, if you saw a team with a massively higher average game time, what would your first thought as to what the problem is there? Like, is there kind of something that teams are doing or not doing potentially that leads to them failing to close games ahead or not?
Yeah, so generally that situation is caused by a lack of cohesion, a lack of communication, and a bit of a lack of philosophy over how a League of Legends game should be played. Looking back over the last game that we saw from Paragon, I believe it was versus Good G, like across that game there were so many instances where Paragon were doing good things on paper that had repercussions that they weren't necessarily considering, and those repercussions, they don't matter all that much in the early game, but once you get to mid-game, you do start to lose more than you gain, and that's what stretches the game out. You'll have these wonderful winning fights, but you're losing 2 towers on the other side, you're losing a dragon over here, and that means that you end up going to 40 minutes and having to win one big team fight to win the game.
Yeah, and then it's we've seen the team fights go well, we've seen them go badly. We've actually seen a lot of teams suffer from that one, of winding up at the 45-minute mark, and then all the reasonableness and logic in the world goes out the window, and we just have to kind of see who comes out on top. But let's take a look at their opponents. Rise Gaming. They are 2-1 right now. This is, again, a revamped Rise roster, and one that everyone was very excited for coming into this season. Anarchy, Trizzy, BB Muffin, Sin, and Nemone. Now, Rory, given the high expectations for Rise, they are 2-1. How are they aligned with how well you expected them to start off? Are they kind of in line with your expectations? Do you think there's room to grow? Do you think you would have expected something else for them? Like, what's your take on how Rise have started the spring split?
To be fair, I'm actually quite enjoying how Rise are playing so far, and I think it's important to note that the one game they did lose was versus Venom Crest, so a very high-level team, and also they were trying something new in the Yorick. That strategy did not work out for them, but honestly, it's early in the split. I don't have any issues with a team trying new stuff out, and even if it doesn't fail, at least they're attempting to build something for their own team and kind of make a statement for it.
Yeah, now, Middlecott, you've prepared some clips right here that we're showing right now as to how you think Rise have been doing. What do you think the strength of this roster is?
Well, they are just so good at communicating and responding to aggressive moves from the enemy team. We see Belfast Storm trying to set up a dive onto Sin. He flashes out. Anemone and BB Muffin are already moving over. They are already ready to respond and pick up a kill. And then we've got another clip from the same game. Tofu and Jamsu trying to make a play onto Aniki, but they do a really wonderful thing. They don't dash back towards their tower. They go, okay, I've got Trizzy on the way. I've got Nemone on the way as well. The Renekton doesn't even end up going down. And when you've got a jungler like Trizzy, who is going to be playing these carries, who's going to be playing these snowball style of picks, being able to take enemy moves in the early game and turn them into wins for yourself is an excellent thing for a team to be able to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself. But that is very much centered around this jungle mid bot lane core. You know, we're all very happy with these. We know these guys. We've seen them perform very, very well. We've got the draft coming up in just a moment, but Rory B, given that three-person core, we're very happy with that. But there are also rookies on this team. Top lane in support, Aniki, Nemone, you already mentioned they tried something new in top lane in Yorick. It didn't work out super well. So I guess what's your take on those new rookies for Rise? Do you think that we need to see more from them, or you think this is just kind of just a bit of growing pains, a bit of settling in time for them?
Honestly, I'm quite liking how they're handling stuff. When you have such an aggressive player like Trizzy, like BB Muffin, they're happiest when they're surrounded by Aniki and Nemone playing just two beefy boys. And honestly, it's great for them right now because they're playing... Aniki is so solid of a laner. Like, he's staying consistent with CS. He's not dying randomly in lane. He's even actually playing dives very effectively. So him staying solid, great, love that. Don't do much until the team fights, and then he does his role. Nemone, really nice engages I'm seeing out of him. Like, when he's on the Alistar, when he's on the Rel, he's really impressive and just a highlight player to watch when you're wanting to start these team fights.
Sure. So certainly a lot to look forward to for Rise. We know the core works well. Once we get the rookies up to speed, we can potentially be looking for another top half, maybe even more challenger, right? Especially because we have had the clean sweep Venom Crest, the winter split 0-loss smash that concluded in a basement in Manchester. They've already lost the game. You know, they're already 2-1. So the league is not the same. And I think the very notable part from this is that the Div.2 promoted teams, Symbol and 5IQ, they're top two. They are sitting at the top, 3-0 and 2-1 respectively. So the talent factory down in Div 2 has proven to be successful right here. Now, we have had a lot of drama, a lot of controversy about the so-called import FC that is Symbol, but the results simply cannot be denied. Middlecott, given that you come from a much more regionally diverse region, what is your opinion on the import FC? What is your take on the principled stance of Symbol being in the UKL?
What? So, right, from my point of view, I love homegrown talent. I love UK players coming up through the scene and doing well. But if you fulfill the roster requirements and you're playing in the league and you're doing well, like, more power to you. Like, fundamentally. Maybe it's the thing where we have conversations with the tournament organisers, like, if you weren't born within 45-minute drive of Barnsley, then you're not allowed to play. Maybe that's a roster requirement that we end up putting in the future. But ultimately, like, you can have all these philosophies and ideas about what the league should be, but ultimately this is a competition. You play within the rules of the competition, you play to win. If that means that you're drafting players like directly out of like LPL, I don't care. Like, do whatever, man. As long as you get the W, doesn't really matter.
Yeah, when we see TN join Venom Crest next split, we'll all be ready for that, and we'll all welcome him
we need Vampire
with open
in it.
arms.
We need Vampire in it.
Nobody needs Vampire anywhere, I'm afraid, and I'll say that to Aragon's face. But we're getting into the draft right now. Rise and Paragon. Now, we have had some wacky picks back and forth so far in the Four Nations, but today, when you're in a match with Trizzy in it, we do often see this Paragon strategy of just ban the jungler out. The Kindred, the carries tend to fall away. But Rory, for Rise Gaming, banning against Paragon, we're seeing a lot of jungle there as well. I guess they seem to be a little bit less targeted to players, but what do you think is the appropriate way to ban out the meta right now? Like, if you're going to focus a role, like, who are we focusing in the first phase?
To be honest, I'm very happy with them targeting Fruity Carrots. I mean, the Ivern ban on him is especially important. He plays a really mean Ivern. They might even stretch for the Zyra after seeing his performance earlier in the week.
One of the few to still do it.
Yeah. Third jungle ban, I'm over the moon that Neferi's out because I do not like that champion anymore, and I've said this many times. So, yeah, targeting Fruity Carrots because, honestly, Rice should be expecting Fruity to get an R1, R2 pick. So targeting him early on is very important.
And if we're looking towards a B1, I think we often just end up defaulting to things like Varus right now. Bot lane is like, of Ezreals and these kind of thing. But I don't know if you think there's anything better that we could be doing with the B1 pick right now than just taking a good AD carry.
Not really. I think it plays into Sin very nicely as well. Like, when I look at Sin, I don't think about a player who is necessarily going to be the star player on any team that he's on, but he's always going to be there alongside you. He's always going to be offering himself as a secondary carry, and because of the versatility that Varus just has in terms of builds, that's why it'd be such a good B1 pickup. But Paragon recognize that that's a threat and have taken it away.
Yeah.
But guys, you've forgotten about the Xin Zhao. That'll cost you reparations. Trizzy said it himself. Getting him on this champion is a very, very, very dangerous thing to do.
It really is. Now, if they slam Xin Zhao for Trizzy, what is even the response to that right now? Because it doesn't seem like a counterable champion. It just seems like a champion that you can either engage with or not. And it is going to be hovered. I imagine we're going to see it locked in. But you see that's the first pick. Rory, what is the answer for Paragon? Do we need to find an answer to it? Or do we just go, well, he's going to do what he's going to do. We're just going to do our own thing.
I mean, Paragon could just slide in the default Sejuani, like break glass in case of emergency here, if they really want to. Sejuani kind of puts you in a box draft-wise because you're really wanting a lot of melee champs. So you're wanting your melee mid laner, you're wanting your melee top laner in general. That J spam from Rise is going to hurt them a bit. But now we're seeing that Zyra once again picked up for Fruity. So yeah, no longer the boring champs. A bit more exciting, I'd say. A much faster clear after the first against the Xin Zhao.
Yeah, but the issue with the Zyra is that if you get jumped onto by the Xin Zhao, you just die. Like, she does offer a bit more PL options in terms of the team fights, which means that she can work as like a 5v5 counter. But yeah, the individual jungle matchup will be really rough if Fruity Carrots is ever put under pressure. And I think that's something that Rise like to do with Drizzy. They like to play towards him and enable him, getting a bot lane shove, going for an invade, getting top lane, mid lane shove, going for an invade. And that's really where Zyra is at her weakest. She's got to be super rapid clearing through those camps, because if she takes too long, then she is going to get caught out.
Yeah, and Rory, given what we know about Ketz, we know this guy likes a melee mid laner, right? But you have a Zyra, and with Kenji as well tending to focus the carries, like, what are we expecting for the solo laners of Paragon right now? What pairs well with a Zyra, given that we don't really see it from anyone else at this point, and it is an AP, pretty defenseless AP damage option there.
Well, you're generally wanting just an AD mid laner there to pair, so your enemy mid laner can't get the special Mercurial Treads and just basically run away with the lane. But right now they're sitting on a Corki. You can just hold him as a flex until the next phase of bans, so you can really bide your time with that. The Jhin Karma coming out from Rise, I'm not going to say it's a common lane that you often see, but frankly, after we saw some tank Karma shenanigans going on last split, from certain rosters, I'll say.
Don't remind me. Don't remind me, bro.
This may be an incredible bluff, because even though Karma Jhin is a very strong lane, like, it gives you so many options to play around.
I think it also lets you move around the map, right? Karma pairs up very nicely with Xin Zhao in terms of enabling what he wants to do. And now seeing the lock-in of Yone for Ketsuo, it's just very standard. Like, this guy, he's got no imagination. He just plays like the cool anime characters and tries to do
wind,
well.
Bro. Whenever the option is there for him. And so he's got to be happy with that one. Obviously, a nice pairing with that Zyra. We'll see what Kenji wants to take in that top side, if we're going to see something a bit more supportive, as they do have now kind of 3 decent damage options across the board right now.
Yeah.
We're into the second round of the bans. The Rise, the first takeaway from BB Muffin, obviously a very classical mage player, very, very strong individual laner as well. Rory, given what we've seen from given that we've seen a karma, I guess, just to address that, you mentioned, the horrors of tank karma in the past.
Yeah.
Are we at the point, there seems to be a live debate as to why enchanters are being played or not being played. Like, where do you land on the why is no one playing enchanters debate at this point?
I think there's just so much damage in the jungle and mid lanes right now that you really want an engaging, tankier support overall just to start fights, because a lot of the current picks in mid and jungle can't stop. They love to get into brawling, but they just don't have that engage button. And with champions like Ambessa in the top lane now being banned out, but Ambessa, Renekton, like, you're more just stand in there, but you can't get something started. So that's why we're seeing so many engaged supports in the current meta.
Yeah, but 2 banned away by Rise potentially at this point. The Rel and the Leona being hovered here. So middle cut for Paragon. We've got a Corki down there. We've already got melee mid. What are we looking for potentially on the number 4? Are we going for a blind top laner? Are we looking for support R5 counter pick, which is pretty popular now these days?
To be perfectly honest, like, you've already seen the enemy bot lane being drafted, so I would just pick up support here. It's clear what Rise think that Paragon should be picking, which is one of those sort of more engaged focused supports. Still got stuff like Nautilus available, still got stuff like Alistair available if they want to go for it. Or they could just do something completely different and pop for the Nami. So this is going to give you a lot of backline access in terms of the team fights with that Ultima. She has a fairly strong laning phase as well, so I'm imagining that Dark Shadow and Neotech I want to sort of be getting up close and personal with Sin and Nemini in the early game. But we've been talking about sort of the necessity of having a tank on your roster. Paragon do not have that right now. And it's not like Rise are lacking for engage options.
No, if they lock the Ornn in, that gives you a pretty long range one as well if we're talking access to the backline. And they've taken one of the premier frontline tanks away too. So we'll see what Kenji wants to go for. Not what I would call a standard classical tank player. Normally this is a carry top laner. This is kind of how we understand. Kenji understands the game. So we'll see what the option is going to be if Paragon's going to go full balls to the wall damage, or if we're going to see a tank there. The last option for Rise is going to be the mid lane. So this is into the Yone matchup for BB Muffin.
It'd be a Syndra, okay, it's an RE. You have it, it's an RE locked. Sure. Okay.
Similar idea, to be honest. Like, we're just not really engaging in the laning phase. We're clearing them, we're getting the ult on, and we're going forward. Middle cut.
Guys, where's the damage for Rise?
It's Trizzy. It's Trizzy's in jail.
Don't worry, Nemini's gonna do what every karma in my solo queue game does, and build Malignance, and then just straight up death cap and be like, support items of a chance. What are you doing?
Beautiful item.
Yeah, well, I think we're on live patch now at this point. Have we hit the Ari's being pushed away from the sustain build patch yet, or is that next week?
No, she currently has AP ratio changes. Yeah, so she's been buffed on her AP ratios.
They're trying to push her away from the cringe build, which I appreciate, and hopefully we will see BB Muffin, build a Medjais and we'll have fun. As the last pick was the Renekton. So we went around the houses on the Sejuani possibility, didn't go for it, still ended up with the Renekton though middle cut, paired up with a Zyra going into an Ornn as well. I mean, for me, I quite like this. It kind of gives us the best of both worlds. Kenji can absorb pressure and still kill people with this champ.
Yeah, and again, I think it shuts down a little bit of what Trizzy wants to do, because you're not going to have that reliable pushing top lane. Because realistically, Kenji should always be getting priority over this Ornn, which is going to limit what the jungle can do. I do feel like Paragon's composition overall, though, is a little bit all over the place. It's a little bit messy, and it doesn't necessarily have a clear identity. For a team that has been quite messy, though, I think that the fact that they've got champions that can excel in skirmishes is quite decent with the Yone and the Renekton, but I look over at Rise, and I don't think they're really crying about having to play 2v2s or 3v3s either. So, bit of a toss-up for me. I feel like Paragon, they could have drafted something a little bit more normal here, and it probably would have worked out better for them.
And it wouldn't have been a Paragon draft, it wouldn't have been a Paragon game.
It's just weird, right? Because they've clearly wanted to go for this kind of disengage identity with the Nami and the Zyra, but then they've not really fully gone into that.
Then Yone and
they haven't
Renekton
really
as well,
fully moved into more like longer range with disengage style that you would classically see with these champions. And the Renekton, I have a feeling in a team fight, is just going to feel a bit lost in the front lines.
Trying to get through a karma, through a Jin traps, Jin W's, trying to catch an Ari, which is just a fool's errand. Like,
Sin's just gonna knock you back.
yeah, maybe a pretty tricky one for Kenji to play out, or maybe Kenji ended up just playing Peel as well, and I'll just melee range onto Trizzy diving in. Who knows? I suppose. But the thing about this Nami as well, why is it that we still don't seem to see Nami with we don't even see Nami Lucian anymore, you know? Like, this pick just seems to, now that there's no Lucian, there's also just kind of no Nami. There's like every 20 Ezreals maybe has a Nami with it, but Middlecourt, why do you think that is? Why we would let the Spectator Day run down? And into this Jin karma, is it a falsehood to say that I still think Nami gets pretty brutally outranged by that?
So I think in the early stages, necessarily not as much. So to speak a little bit of why Nami doesn't see that much play is because she's not that useful in most scenarios. The reason that she pairs up well with Lucian is because Lucian was a little bit of a crazy champion when that pairing was going on, but she is about lane priority. She is a very strong laning support. With the heal, with her E being able to provide slows, it really sets up nicely for 2v2 skirmishes. But I think her big issue is that she lacks reliable low cooldown CC when it comes to team fights. Like, that Aqua Prison is amazing CC, but it's so difficult to hit that in the midst of a team fight. It's got a really long travel time, so super unreliable. You compare it to something like a Lulu, who offers a little bit less in the early game, but all she does, point and click polymorph, and then your problems are kind of solved. So if Paragon are going to be winning this bot lane, I am expecting it to happen relatively early. And if it doesn't, then the utility of the Jin is going to be massive in the fights, and the Karma, who's going to build like 4 Rabadon's death caps or something, is going to be able to offer a lot more when it comes to the team fights.
Yeah. Rory, what is your thoughts on this bot lane matchup, I guess, for the Jin Karma into the Corki Nami? Because, like, as Middlecourt said, potentially early there was a window there, and people still disrespect Corki at early levels and then walk into his Gatling gun and feel the pain, but for Rise Gaming, like, how difficult do you think it is for them to play out this lane and then just get value later?
To be honest, I think this lane is gonna get decided by jungle pressure. I think both like 2v2s don't really have, they have angles to kill each other, but I just don't expect we'll be seeing that occur. Right? Like, as great as Jin getting a root off a Karma Q, as amazing as that is, I just don't really expect it, because Corki has access to the Valkyrie, and Nami has some good speed up, so I don't expect either people to be really getting caught. I just think Trizzy is more proactive when it comes to diving, and that's probably going to be where the real influence comes in.
Yeah, I mean, these Rise games coming down to what Trizzy does is fairly bog standard, and it's what we'd expect from a player like him, to be honest. With that, we're going to throw it over to our casters, Sovonix and Frisky, to see if the composition for Paragon makes sense, if they're going to have a normal game, or if Trizzy's Xin Zhao promise is going to hold true once again.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to our first game of today. It is Rise against Paragon. Thank you to the analyst desk for breaking down that beautiful draft. Now, Frisky, I want to know your initial thoughts on how you think that draft went, if you have any favorites out of the drafting phase.
Yeah, I like Rise's draft a lot more. Paragon's like kind of what, especially what Rory was saying. I forget it was Rory or Scott. All you British sound alike to me. It felt a little bit disjointed. Like, they didn't really have an identity. They feel like they went for the Nami to kind of pair that with the Corki in lane. But I already feel like it's kind of a weird Corki, because you're going to get outranged anyway by the Jin and the Karma, so that kind of defeats the purpose a bit. But at the same time, you know that it's going to be a comp that has a little bit of range going on from it. So I don't know why you go for something like Nami like that, especially, you know, when it's in the position it's in, because you haven't seen any of the solo laners. They can easily pick more range from that, so it's not like you can super counter them on the disengage. And then the Renekton also just kind of feels like a lane play at the end, like, oh, our comp is already a mess, let's just pick something for the lane at the end. I like the identity of Rise's comp a lot more. You can do a lot in the engage, you can do a lot in the disengage. They did good in picking the Ornn and the Ahri. They certainly needed something that can move a lot on the side lanes, especially in the mid lane. So I really like that comp all around more. In UKEL, though, in Four Nations specifically, you really have no idea where anything can go, though. I mean, Paragon, I've seen them win some interesting games at the same time, but you never know with them. If it goes long, then maybe I could see it being given to Paragon, but I like Rise's draft more, certainly.
Yeah, Rise have definitely shown more of a calculated playstyle than Paragon. The only game they dropped was against a strong team, as the desk already touched on. Whereas I think Paragon, I think that concern of their average game time being 41 minutes is it kind of leaves them, and I do believe they are kind of the masters of chaos in the UK. I mean, they know,
yes.
yeah, they know how to play that chaotic style. So I think if it does go late, they are, they've got a good dog in the fight. But I think up against Rise, they're so calculated, and I feel like, okay, I have a question. If the game goes past a certain point, or ends at a certain point, is it really one-sided towards one of these teams?
I mean, if I just think of the drafts, I mean, you get less value from the Renekton. You're still going to get a decent amount of value from Yone in the late game. I mean, a Jhin can surprisingly chunk even tanks very heavily in the late game. I mean, it feels so weird because it's like, I feel like neither team has like a super strong late game identity. I would still say Rise just like has a little bit more strength in that late game. I feel like so much of, like, Paragon feels like they haven't drafted too much for themselves because they have a couple champions that feel like they either plateau or kind of fall off in the late game. And like you said, their average game time is 41 minutes. So, if they're wanting to kind of draft for what's getting them the one win that they have, they would want to maybe play a little bit later, and they haven't done that.
Yeah, definitely. I have to say as well, I think there was one initial concern of the lack of damage on the side of the Rise Gaming team composition. But I actually think if they play their cards right, and if they get a good enough lead in the early game, I think their damage profile is completely fine. Like, Jhin, not the best tank killer, but I didn't see Paragon have that many tanks in their draft, to be honest. So I don't think he's going to struggle too much as long as he gets to a certain item spike. So yeah, I think the Ahri will be fine as well against low HP champions. So, I mean, what do you think about that?
Well, you're also looking for picks on the side of Rise Gaming Comp. I mean, you've got so much that have got the single target damage. You've got the Xin Zhao who only knocks up one target. You've got the Jhin who's obviously shooting slow darts. Karma can kind of be a team fight champion, but obviously is better off when she's just looking for one target, especially in the front line. And then the Ahri obviously will just charm one target. So, something like Renekton, which is not the tankiest of champions. I mean, if you just chunk him in the front line relatively early on, I think they said is that, like, what is this Renekton going to do in the front line? Well, he's not going to do anything in the front line. They can just pick him off and then just move on the map one by one. I think Rise does have to be a little bit careful, though. They should look for like a pick or two and then move to take something else on the map and not necessarily chase, because obviously Paragon's comp with the Yone Fate Sealed and with the Nami tidal wave, they can still re-engage relatively well and turn a even lower man situation into like a good fight for them. But I think if just Rise plays like a little bit cautiously, and we know that Paragon is not the most secure team at getting their closings, I think they'll be okay kind of no matter what, even if they don't necessarily get behind in the early game, because Paragon has kind of been so poor, to say the least, at closing that their mid game has been really, really weak. I think that it still is going to give an opportunity for Rise to come back in the game.
Yeah, and just to keep everyone updated, there is a bit of a tech issue at the moment, so I believe we are slightly delayed, but maybe it gives us a good chance to discuss some of the individual players. To the side of Paragon, I want to highlight one individual in Kenji. So, those who don't know, he took a break from competitive, came back, started that first week slightly shaky, didn't look that strong, but it looks like in the last game they had on Monday, looks like he was really getting back into the swing of his competitive play. If I remember correctly, he was one of the kind of standout staple UK top laners that were part of the scene, and I think on Monday we saw a kind of a lifeline of a former Kenji coming back. Has there been any individuals from both these teams that you've been impressed with?
I'm always going to say, especially on Rise's side, I'm always going to be a fan of Sin, who's obviously the former Broad and Friends ADC. I thought he looked really good last split. I think he still looks pretty good this split. Obviously, he started out against Broad and Friends, getting a win against his former team right off the bat. And I think he's looked really strong from that. BB Muffin has looked pretty decent as well. I'm still a little bit interested on Anaki. I feel like I probably need to see a little bit more of him before I give a determination. I'm certainly with you, though. Kenji was very dominant in the top lane on the last game against Goodchi. He very heavily bullied Forsaur, and that was one of the reasons that they were able to still win the game, even Gucci almost kind of getting a comeback going through Paragon's very weak mid game. I mean, at the same time, with a team that hasn't done a ton like Paragon yet, I still think it's a chance for really all the players to kind of shine. You still can have Dark Shadow who can try to carry a game. I mean, I think Ketsua's kind of involvement is going to be really important, especially on a Yon, whether he's like effectively dealing with things in the side lane or if he's able to engage the fight really well. He's certainly going to be somebody to look out for. Pretty much everybody, on both comps is going to need, to be involved in these fights or in the game plan somehow. You can't just kind of throw one of these champions to the side and kind of forget about them.
Yeah, and to touch on Rise, I absolutely love what they've done. They came in last split as sort of like, this newly promoted team to Division 1. I know a little bit about Div.2. I know they've been there as an organization for a while, as my camera's going blurry for some odd reason. They were in Division 2 for a while, promoted to Division 1, and it did not look good. They made some last-minute roster changes and had a decent showing in playoffs. Comes their second split in Division 1, they come out with this insanely star-studded roster with a lot of UK talent, and I'm so impressed with the progression that's been made by Rise Gaming. And they're up against Paragon, who are kind of like a staple Division 1 organization. So I love the storyline that Rise Gaming are following. Just as an update, it's a PC restart that we're needing to wait for. But yeah, I mean, any other teams you've been impressed with so far at the opening stages?
Well, I think your camera went blurry because you were talking about Rise in the last split, and obviously their kind of mix-up of different players and the way how good they were. I feel like it was a bit blurry on how good they could be. So I think your camera was just kind of being a little bit poetic, making sure it was at the right time. But I'm with you. I've loved what they've done with their new team comp. I think they've put in a lot of really good players, and I think they're, maybe not one of the favorites, but you could easily say maybe a dark horse. I mean, I think it's already a little bit of a weird season so far. We have no maybe direct clear favorite. I mean, InQuick is the only undefeated team, but I don't think how many of them we know are going to continue, especially when I was watching them play the other week and one of the people was like consistently playing 2 gacha games while playing the league game at the same time, because that's what streamers do, I suppose. So, I mean, hey, if it works for you, it works, but it was just not something I expected. And as a coach, I would not want my players to be doing that at the same time. But, with Venom Crest, obviously losing a game pretty convincingly, for the first time in like a split and a half. I think it's a much more open, bracket this time around. And so this is a chance for Rise Gaming to, I think, finally, put their seal on the Four Nations tournament and, maybe try to go for a win.
Yes, well, we are finally ready to head into the Rift. Beautiful camera work.
Look at the
by
spin.
Our little production team here. Ooh, there's a little deer.
Look at the moose or deer.
Yeah, do you get it?
Or elk, whatever.
Because it's April. Do you get it?
I do get it now. I didn't get it before.
Well,
I didn't actually get it before.
I was just kidding. There's no reference between April and Diaz. But we are in game. Frisky, talk to me about how this early game is going to play out.
What's interesting is that from the games I've casted from UKEL, I felt like the first day was nothing but pure madness, and then the second day was nothing but pure kind of slow, more chill, lofi beats to chill and relax to kind of vibes. I'm thinking a little bit of column B is going to be what we're seeing a lot. I'm not too sure how much pressure Rise is going to be able to get in the early game. I think they're going to try to get some more, but I think Paragon is just going to want to be relatively slow in there. Because you have Corki, who can obviously disengage relatively well. He can play back from afar. I don't know how much you really want to invade Azira. I mean, you can, if you bring a couple people with you, you can make it work, but it depends on the lane states of everybody else. On the red side is obviously a little bit more protected for the top lane, so I think that'll be hard to gank as well. And then Yon obviously can dash away. It's gonna, I think, need to be kind of like a wait till 6 for at least one of, the Ahri or the Ornn or I guess the Jhin in this case, for Tracy to try to get anything going. So I think he's just gonna have to be careful, farm, and just kind of wait. But at the same time, like I said, it's Four Nations. Craziness can happen, and if anything, I want craziness to happen. I want to be wrong.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's Four Nations. There's obviously going to be some messy stuff happening. It's just a matter of when. Now, Fruity Carrots on the Zyra, Trizzy on the Xin Zhao, both these junglers having their comfort picks. When I think of these players, I think of these champions specifically. jungle matchup, what are the goals of these two junglers and how they facilitate their lanes?
Well, the nice thing about the side of Paragon is that they don't need to do too much facilitating. Most of these champions can kind of handle their lanes relatively well. Like I said, the bot lane on the side of Paragon can't really do a ton. I feel like unless the bot lane of Rise kind of walks into an awkward position, they can't really engage too much. But they also can't really be engaged upon, obviously, because they're just dealing with a lot of range. So they're kind of free to farm in that. Kind of same with the Yone. I mean, he's not as much free to farm, but he just kind of has to be a little bit more careful. You obviously see the Renekton getting an early push right now. There's a lot of priority going on early on for the side of Fruity Carrots, so I think he's kind of fine just to kind of relax, farm. As we kind of mentioned, because of these priority in the lanes, I think it'll be a little bit hard for Trizzy to kind of make anything work right off the bat. So I think if Trizzy's smart, he's going to, kind of play back and sit, and that's all Fruity Carrots needs to do. No matter if he does things or doesn't do things, he's just got to kind of wait and build up till 6. Look for a good, solid, objective fight. Get as many people in there as possible. Use Zyra's AOE as much as possible and help do the damage.
Yep, Fruity Carrots slightly faster on the clear. You can see he's already waiting for that Scuttle Crab to spawn, whereas Trizzy just about finishing his clear. They are on opposite ends. However, with BB Muffin pushed up here, wanting to see if Fruity Carrots will do something in the mid lane. I think where that ward placement denies any gank opportunities, and it doesn't look like there's any early action for now.
Not likely. Just a good old hit in the scuttle, letting the Gust Walker hatchling finish it off. See nothing but Gust Walkers nowadays. So as I say that, you see a fire one, which was Scorch Pup, I believe. For the side of Zyra. I mean, it makes sense. She's not super active and needs some damage. But Gust Walker, I think, is just more valuable on champions that can move a little bit more. You can just get out of a brush a lot quicker. The extra damage can kind of help, but so many of those champions, those jungle bruisers, already have slows. There's only so much that needs to be done. They're better for the APs, certainly. But you wouldn't think. You would think like blue for AP, red fire for the physical damage people. But the game just wants to work the opposite. Actually, good poke going on right now.
Yeah. Really nice trades coming out from BB Muffin onto Ketsu. Understandably, you have ranged into melee, so you have a bit more of an easier time. But I guess naturally, the idea with Yone is your sustain should be strong enough. But BB Muffin has been hitting nice little spell rotations onto Ketsu, and he's kind of been stuck towards his side of the turret as Trizzy might be going for an invade, but Fruity Carrots is a level ahead.
Oh,
Ketsu
okay, we're
actually
that.
having to blow the flash early doors.
I was going to make a point about how even if you kind of get chunked low, as long as you're still kind of behind turret and getting the farm, and you're kind of in an even place with your mid laner, it doesn't super matter if you're getting chunked a bit. Obviously, that's going to matter more, because now you're forcing an early back, you're going to force that TP, you're already burning the flash out of him. You've just had Ahri hitting 6, getting that Spirit Rush. So certainly more can happen now on the side of Rise, that they can see that Yone is maybe burned a little bit more. So he's got to be careful maybe not to push too much.
Yeah, he's got to be really careful now. Yone, of course, does have a lot of mobility. Seeing Fruity Carrot spotted out on this ward, so I don't think this gank will work. Now, Fruity Carrot towards the top side where the grubs are about to spawn. Trizzy down towards the bottom side where that dragon is available and bot lane priority secured. So it is a trade of objectives, it seems. Which objective do you think is better for the two different teams here?
They're both going for the right ones, I think. Certainly, if anything, you would want to say that each should go for the other ones. Obviously, just these single junglers alone are going to be better at hitting both of their individual objectives that they're going on, the Xin Zhao on the Dragon and the Zyra on the Grubs. Certainly, you've got two pretty good split pushers on the side of Paragon in the case of Kenji and in the case of Ketsuo's Yone. Either of those can kind of be, either put with the team fight or put in a side lane. So you certainly want to get some Grubs, and they know that, and they're going for an engage.
Yeah, BB Muffin gets the full combo down onto Fruity Carrots, and they do pick up 2 Grubs. That's all they are going to get. BB Muffin takes one for his own. Got the help of Aniki's Call of the Forge God as well. So first blood going over to Rise.
That's what I said about Fruity Carrots, maybe, not overextending a little bit too much. I mean, even going for Grubs like that, he was plenty alone, and just the Ahri alone was enough for him to get killed. Obviously, you had Carl the Forge God to also help on the side of Ord. I think a little bit short-sighted from them, but that's a great start for Rise, because now you got a dragon, and you denied them all of the Grubs right off the bat, and you get first blood, of course.
Yeah, first blood for Rise, and it's an extremely good outlook. Gold lead is not large, but considering the time in the game, it's good to get a small amount in right now. I'm happy as well with the way Aniki is dealing with this Renekton lane. This was actually the same matchup Kenji had against Good Chi, and he was very, very dominant in this game. This time around, Aniki's doing a much better job at containing this Renekton, as they are basically even on CS right now.
Why do you think Aniki picked 62 for his number? Like, that's such a weird number. Like, he probably wasn't born in 1962.
You never know.
Or 1862. Was there just 61 other Anikis? I guess there could have been, I suppose. It's a, Japanese word that's not uncommon. Or maybe he just thinks he's the 62th best. I mean, I'm interested to find that answer out.
Maybe it was sports jersey number.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's my theory.
What other, who would... Because the only sports, I mean, is there even any footballers that have 62? Because
nope.
62 in American football is usually for linemen, who obviously don't get the most support. But you never know. Maybe there's a cricketer or somebody with 62.
I mean, speaking of lacking support here, we're seeing a potential invade bot lane entering a heavy 2v2 trade. Fruity Carrot does seem to have his wits about him. He kind of knows that Trizzy could potentially be here. Goes for the Krogs, but as he crosses back over to that red buff, he's going to see a missing Bramble back. His mid lane trade going heavy. Charm gonna land during that Soul Unbound. Katsuo misses the Q3. Massive combo coming in from BB Muffin. Ooh. And without the flash that was blown earlier, BB Muffin secures himself a solo kill against Ketsuo. And now on the top side, Aniki trading heavily against Kenji. But in that tri-bush appears a plant in Fruity Carrots. Kenji goes deep underneath that turret, and Trizzy has now revealed himself as well to enter this 2v2. Call of the Forge God did not get flashed away as Fruity Carrot just flashes into it, but Kenji deletes Trizzy off the map. Now it's going to focus Aniki. It is traded 1-for-1, 1 kill to Ornn, 1 kill to the Renekton. This is going to have to be a fair trade for now.
All right, let's go through it all. Obviously, the fact that our friend Remy the Rodent in the mid lane getting that solo kill is really big. Actually, Ketsuo making that almost work is pretty impressive. But the fact that you're already down a kill, or at least your mid laner already has a kill, you really don't want to risk a 1-for-1 in this scenario. I can't keep talking, though. We got more action.
Yeah, we do got more action. We were promised chaos between these two teams, as Shadow forced to use that barrier to save the flash. I think heal was used off Neotech as well.
Yeah, Ketsuo being a bit too risky there, and it certainly doesn't pay off. But then on the top side, it's a bit of a weird play, because when Kenji pops the Dominus and they try to go in on that Ornn, Fruity Carrots is so far away on Zyra, and Zyra does not have that range, especially when somebody is running away. So I don't know why they continued to try to make that fight work. It was certainly an idea for them to re-engage on the side of Rise. I think that the fact that the Xin Zhao of Trizzy went in onto the flashing Zyra made it hard for them to finish the fight. I think he probably should have gone for the Renekton and just known that the flash on the side of Fruity Carrots was probably going to get burned, and just let that happen. But they at least make it a 1-for-1. They get feats off of that, so it's not the worst thing in the world. But just that, the fact that they couldn't really see how that play was going to turn out, that it couldn't have been a re-engage for Rise for Paragon. I think the fact that Paragon didn't see that is a bit worrying as the game is going to follow.
Yep. And now we're seeing the second set of objectives being traded the opposite way. I think the difference here is Trizzy will get all 3. The initial take by Fruity Carrots was interrupted by BB Muffin, so it will be 4 grubs to 2 for Rise, and the dragon doesn't spawn until 5 seconds time, so they might have time even to just head down over here.
I think so. I mean, not too much they can do right off the bat. You're going to have Fruity Carrots going for something like that. They obviously don't want to start right off the bat.
Yeah, misses out on the Q3 though. Fate Sealed scores a goal in between Trizzy and BB Muffin. That's a really nice tidal wave that catches 2. Shadow goes forward with the Valkyrie, takes down the Xin Zhao. Now BB Muffin is stuck behind 3 members. Beautiful bobble from Neotech sends BB Muffin running. Aniki has moved down from the top side. Caught in the Forge God predicted the flash of the Shadow, and he is gonna get taken down by Sin. It's an even trade, 1-for-1 at the end of the day, but TP having to be used by Aniki to move down over. I still have no idea he's going to get priority over this dragon as they both back off.
I don't think we'll see any priority right off the bat. It might just be round 2 fight. Once everybody respawns, we just go back into it again. Also, once again, we just mentioned it. I don't know why Paragon tried, continuing that fight when they did not know where that Ornn was, when people could have re-engaged when they were, going into their fog of war and not seeing all the people, especially when everybody was about half health. Still really easy for a Jhin, even without a ton of mana, even without ultimate, which he did have ultimate, even though he didn't use it, just be able to chunk people really well. They got a really lucky fight on the fact that everybody was just able to collapse. Ryze was getting a bit too greedy, was not expecting Fruity Carrots and everybody to do so much right off the bat, but them being a little bit greedy, Paragon, when they had a lucky catch, kind of cost them, and now they're going to lose Dragon for it.
Yeah, and that does go over to Ryze. I think Paragon, it was interesting. They had the jungler surviving at the end of the fight, but I think Shadow going forward a bit too aggressively meant that, as you said, they do eventually have to give up that dragon. Now objectives so heavily in favor of Ryze, despite the gold leads, as you can see, being quite even. I'm definitely surprised from that.
Yeah, I mean, there's only, I guess, so much happening right off the bat. I mean, Dragon doesn't give you, obviously, a ton of global gold, if any global gold. It gives you, like, 50 or something like that. But CS is all pretty even. The kills are relatively even. It certainly feels at least a little bit sided towards Ryze right now, more than the gold shows, I say. Two dragons is just going to help things snowball further for them. They've obviously got a good amount of grubs. The feats is going to help. It really just depends on how they start opening up this map and getting these turrets, and this play might help us.
Yeah, curtain call being used to start this fight. Trizzy and BB Muffin has found a pincer onto Neotech. Really nice tidal wave to buy him some time. Charm did not land, and the Mantra Q as well missing from Nemeni, meaning that it is Ryze that mechanically misplay this team fight, leading to 2 kills, going over to Paragon. And in a situation where it looks like Paragon were going to get wiped off the floor, mistake after mistake, Paragon claim 2 kills for themselves.
That very, very much confuses me, mainly because I felt like I saw Sin have the final curtain call shot, and I felt like the Nami was free to be hit, and she probably would have died from that. And the fact that she wasn't means that not another Aqua Prison, not another, helping and healing people alive. I swear I saw her still, and then him miss that shot. It seems like not a big deal. It's like, oh, the Jhin missing 1 shot at the end, but it would have killed somebody. I think it would have helped the momentum of Ryze in that fight, and it would have at least secured them 1 more kill. It shows that one little play like that can cost everything. Appreciate them showing Aniki62 getting his items, though. But like you said, that can shift things right off the bat, and that also is going to lead to the turret. Probably leads to a death as well.
Yeah, it could be. BB Muffin has used the ultimate. He's gone melee range into the Renekton with the Dominus, and now he's waiting for some cooldowns. Trizzy, nice charm landing from BB Muffin. Didn't quite get enough healing off that Call the Meek, and so it's a kill for Trizzy traded back, but Kenji did get a full turret. I think probably got all the plates as well.
Good save right there. It's smart for Remy to be a little bit spaced out so he doesn't burn another death right off the bat, and just gives the Yone ability to get right back into the game. Obviously, Trizzy needs a little bit of shutdown gold. Yeah, I mean, all of those plays just kind of make it a lot more of a weird, wide open game. It's just going to depend on who's going to be better at getting these side lanes, because now it's about the turrets. It's about the turrets. We're going to hear it over and over again. How much of this map can you open? How much of this space can you play with? How much use of the space can you use? Because you don't need all the space in the world right now, because 1 Aqua Prison, like I said, can completely change it.
Yeah, big burst coming out from Shadow as now Neotech with a 2-man bubble finishes it off with that little water splash on the face of Nemeni. As that's a 2v2 for Shadow and Neotech up against a UK staple bot lane of Sin and Nemeni.
Just mistakes all across the bat. Ryze had certainly the better macro from most of this game.
It's not over.
Mistakes off the bat. Are they making more here?
They've overextended, but Trizzy, where on earth did he go? He has just disappeared off the face of the earth. Double teleport coming in. BB Muffin didn't quite get the burst combo down onto Shadow. Fruity Carrots flashes to safety, gets a heal from Neotech. And Paragon, they are so good at creating chaos, and Ryze are playing right into their hands. Kenji pops the Dominus, and now there's another teleport from Aniki as he comes back to the fight, but he already used the Call of the Forge God, so he kind of slams his head against the wall and achieves nothing.
Achieves nothing is the best way to say for that for Ryze. I have no idea why they tried to re-engage that fight on a 3v2, especially when they knew that a teleport was going to be up. They have completely underestimated the damage that this Zyra can do, because the Stranglethorns from a Vine Avine, whatever her E is called, the suppress. I know this game, I promise you. But they are not giving enough respect to this Zyra. Every time the Xin and the Ornn go in, they just get blown up instantly. They need to be a little bit more careful, and they're absolutely not doing that, but will it work for them?
Yeah, Ketsuo now in trouble, and with a bouncing grenade, it's Sin who picks up his second kill of the game. Now, this is a dragon of utmost importance because it's Soul Point with a dead mid laner. I think Paragon just have to give this over.
Well, it's like I said, if Rise get on these objectives first, and it's harder for Paragon to set up with the Zyra, then it's going to be all the advantage to them. Rise have been too much trying to go into the team fight, with the Zyra in the middle, with the Nami in the middle, and they're getting blown up for it. They did exactly what they needed. Find a pick on somebody, get multiple of their single target CCs onto that person, and then just get the objective from there. It's exactly what they need. But at the same time, the fact that Paragon has a little bit more momentum in the game means they're probably going to get more of these turrets, which could make them getting Soul a lot harder. So I think Rise are just going to have to kind of do the same thing, play for a couple picks, and if anything, wait till they get Soul, which should help them get back in this game even further.
Yeah, Trizzy's looking for another play on to Shadow. Trizzy needs to be careful. He's been one-shot many times. Really nice charm from BB Muffin. He's gone that Malignant Aria, and that ultimate is off cooldown so often. Really nice Strangle Thoughts from Fruity Carrots. That does so much damage. Ketsuo is dead again. He just came back to life as it looks like Rise are running all over Paragon. And again, it's another random fight. The chaos goes the opposite direction for them, and Rise now start to get a lead for themselves.
Well, I was about to say, I think that was a very bad play from Rise, but they made it work. The Corki couldn't get away in time, and a great Crescent Guard from Trizzy to push the Yone back, which gets him to burn Fate Seal so that they can't re-engage into the fight, and then he was able to be blown up right off the bat, though. So that's, disregarding a bit of what I say, which is what I like about the game. I say point, and then the team say, no, your point sucks. We're going to do fighting instead. And this is just going to help Trizzy get the Rift Herald, get more space on the map, and now they can really start to snowball.
Yeah, and I mean, Ketsuo is such a good player on the Yone, but really struggling here in this game. What do you think he needs to do to just calm it down a little bit?
What you just said, calm it down a little bit. Know that, hey, I know I'm Yone, I'm still a really strong champion, and I gotta be handling people in the side lanes, but I am still behind. I need to sit, farm up a bit, only get my kills when I get some help. I don't want to keep risking things. He already made that 1v1 play that ended up in a loss for him. That was a bit risky, and it's just kind of spiraled for him ever since. He's got to either wait for the right team fights or get help with that. And we've got obviously help right here as another bottom fight's happening.
Yeah, this one is looking good for Paragon as Kenji gonna win out the 1 versus 2. Trizzy is here with Nemeni, but it's a very strong Crocodile paired with some plants, so you don't want to push any further. That's a kill for Kenji.
I stand by my point about the Crocodile not being super useful in the late game, but he's got this mid-game spike right now, especially once he's gone past level 11. So I think the fact that they're using him as well as possible is going to be right. They should absolutely not be going picks. Rise, I think they looked for a pick on the side of bot lane. We didn't see it fully, and they tried to pick him off. It absolutely did not work. He's a man that you do not want to try and kill unless you've got like 3 or 4 people and you can kind of consistently CC him so that he can't get spins with his Dominus. He needs to be the one person you don't try to pick up. It's got to be the other 3 main people on the map. Even this Nami here, who's going to get killed.
God, overextended without the flash, and BB Muffin facilitates another catch. Really nice deadly flourish onto Fruity Carrots. Call of the Forge God. It's going to knock him up as BB Muffin, with that Orb of Deception, is going to get his second kill of this little phase. Should get the Voracious Artican for Rise as well. And another objective that Paragon have to give over.
I don't know, I get a weird feeling about this game. It feels like chaotic, but it still feels like weirdly like calming chaotic. It feels like very, very slow chaos. There's got to be a phrase to describe it, so maybe we'll circle back to that and find a description of it. But I think it was smart for Rise, knowing that they had a lot more movement speed. After a pick, I think Paragon got a little bit cautious. First, we got to see this man die. Goodbye. They got a little bit cautious carefree on the side of Paragon. Maybe didn't think that they could re-engage on the side of Rise, but that is their whole point. They got this single target comp. One person picked out could easily lead to a great fight for them. They saw that, they took that advantage. Now they've got Otacon, and they're only a minute away from getting Soul as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can see there's a clear difference between these two squads. I think Paragon, whilst mechanically individually talented, meaning that they have been able to contest the fights. They haven't really gathered much after winning some of their fights, whereas Rise, they've been so efficient in their macro play. Look at the map state. They have basically gotten every single objective, missing out on 2 grubs, I believe. They're pushing sideways, they're pressuring, and then moving on towards mid to be there first for objectives, catching out people like a Nami who's just trying to get vision, and I think they're just playing the map slightly better than what Paragon are doing after they win these fights.
I'd like them to be pressing up a little bit more. I think they've got more space to use than they realize. They got to get like a couple more wards, at least in one of these 2 jungle quadrants on the red side, to get a little bit more control. Obviously, if you got more vision, you're able to pick them off much more. Or you can just go for a straight side team fight.
That is a big engage. Kenji already chunked down, and he should be dead. Tracy's going to finish him off. That fate sealed again, not hitting anyone from Ketsuo's side. And reminder, it's a voracious Atakan, so even if you kill anyone off, they just get withdrawn and you only get 200 gold. But at that, no one died, and it is a now definitive gold lead for Rise Gaming. The game is being controlled by the blue team.
Well, as soon as I said use these jungle quadrants better, they use it to engage a fight. So exactly what I was looking for on the side of Rise. Took a second. You never know with Yone what's going to happen. Just pushing this up. I mean, they've got pretty much complete control of this now. Everybody seems to try to, maybe not fight with a voracious Otacon, but just underestimate it. We see it so little that I feel like a lot of lower teams feel like they don't know how to prepare for it. You've got to be a lot more cautious. You're going to see engages when a team has a voracious Otacon because they have so much less to lose, especially when they've got more side on the map. If somebody, even the jungler, gets thrown back withdrawn, it's just a couple seconds, and off to the dragon he goes. So you don't really lose a lot. You have to play extremely cautious and pretty much just wait it out. I mean, it's only a minute and a half. It's less than an Elder Dragon. I think just teams, when they're behind, they just don't think about the voracious and they think they can do more with it. And that's pretty much going to cost them the game here, because unless something crazy happens, it's a 7.5 gold lead. They have all the dragons. It's just 6 minutes until Elder Dragon. I think this will be one of Paragon's shorter games.
Yeah, I mean, I think the analyst desk was touching on Paragon do have a good pedigree at playing out these chaotic fights, but you're starting to see another depth of League of Legends gameplay that Rise seem to have, the ability to control these choke points with the composition they have. It's so tricky for Paragon because that fight there, they knew they had to approach the dragon, but they sort of did it grouping up on mid towards that choke point, towards the river, which is like an Ari's sort of like dream scenario if an enemy team is walking into those channels. And so we saw exactly what happened there. Aniki kind of just like, all right, they are exactly where I want them. I'm going to pop my ult, and they all kind of just died.
I also have neglected to notice on the side of BB Muffin that he has my least favorite item in the game, the Medjais. Here he's going for a weird build with Horizon Focus as well. I mean, I think it's so risky to take a Medjai. So as just a coach, I've got problems with it. But obviously, I mean, he's just going to be an absolute force. The fact he's got 24 stats on this Medjai since he's building it up over time. I mean, with the Infernal Drake, one, kind of Foxfire, Q combo. How do I not know Ari's Q's name? One kind of combo with that, I mean, can take out one person, and then a Spirit Rush reset. I mean, BB Muffin is going to be able to just annihilate a fight, and doesn't even really need that much help from him to do it.
Speaking of
For
annihilating, he goes for the charm flash, and Shadow flashes in a straight line, so catches that charm right on his head. BB Muffin though, a little trigger happy, but Nemeni going to save his life. He's going to burn down to Fruity Carrots. It's a 1-for-1 and a big shutdown, but Trizzy wants to avenge his fallen mid laner, gets the win, becomes lightning, and takes down his opposite number. Should just be Rise heading over to that Baron and taking it down easy as you can get.
I do think some other teams are going to take notes in watching this Rise game and to see that they've had so much trouble with dealing with the Zyra. I mean, he's killed her a bunch of times, but she's been able to get a lot back. I mean, she has 7 of the 8 kill participation on the side of Paragon. They just seem to be, overextending on her way too much. Now they're in such a lead that they can kind of afford losing the Ari and still killing her. Still a bit risky at the same time, but obviously you kill the Zyra, you kill the jungler, you're going to get a lot from the Baron. They're obviously even going to wait so that BB Muffin gets the Baron. They're really going to not have contest from it. But again, I think other teams will be taking notes, seeing that, hey, they overextend a lot. They get a little bit ahead. We pick something that's really good in the disengage. We can come back and win a game from that. I don't think there's enough for that to happen here. I think Corki has not done that much this game. I don't think the Young can do anything else this game besides split push and then die, which I'm watching you, BB Muffin.
Oh dear. Yeah, Katsuo is so behind. BB Muffin's so strong. Wow. Wow, that was through a shield bow as well. Katsuo, unfortunately, not brandishing the most fashionable KDAs we've ever seen, but BB Muffin on the other side, what a performance from him.
I mean, 18 of the 21 kill participation, a great stat there. Just goes for the Rabadon as well. It's such a weird build. I'm interested how they're going to talk about the Malignant Horizon-focused Rabadon's build. I mean, it makes sense you get Rabadons with your Medjas at this point. Just nobody's going to be able to deal with you with how strong you are. But yeah, at this point, just the damage coming out from the side of everybody, and especially from BB Muffin. Even if he dies, he's probably guaranteed to go in, get 1 or 2 people with him, and the rest of the team will be able to clean up. This should be the end.
Yeah, BB Muffin really being the catalyst of success for Rise in this game. They're now going for the game-ending push. Call of the Forge God being used. Neotech gets caught with a charm, and BB Muffin once again at the helm of victory for Rise. It's a double kill for the Ari. Trizzy finds Kenji near his fountain, and down goes Fruity Carrots. Rise, this was a tightly contested early game, but once the mid-game came in, it was all the side of Rise.
Boom. Yeah, just as soon as the map was just getting opened up a little bit more, Paragon did their kind of classic mid-game thing where they just had no kind of understanding of what to do. Obviously, Rise took things a little bit slower in the early game, had a little bit of mistakes, but once we got to the mid, once they just made sure to get a couple picks, stack their dragons, there was really no contest.
Yeah, it really was. I think the macro play from Rise definitely needs to be complemented. And I mean, I think for Paragon, whilst the scoreline looks concerning, I think you can be happy with the way the early game went. I just think the Ari got out of control. And had they had a bit more control in the mid lane, I think this game would have been a little bit closer. I was happy with the way the bot lane played. I liked the way Kenji played on the Renekton as well, but it just wasn't enough towards the mid-jungle side for Paragon. But yeah, nonetheless, we will let the rest of the analyst desk break this game down as we throw it to a quick break.
first rotation. Forget about the Zinzao, that'll cost you reparations. No chasing status, your Nexus drops a sweet sensation.
Well, well, well. We all forgot about the Zinzao, didn't we, Trizzy? We forgot about it. And, I'd like to forget that early game. I'll be honest.
Yeah,
I'd forget that Zinzao early game. Nope. Didn't love it. Reparations certainly need to be paid to all the viewers of that game, Trizzy, for watching that. But, as he pointed out, the Nexus did explode, so there was still a sweet sensation. So we can't hate him too much, but if you're gonna drop a diss track claiming your Zinzao cooks and then give us that early game, brother, I don't know.
Hey, all we care about is that Nexus did drop. And Trizzy played some sort of role in that.
He was there.
He gave
there for that win.
He enabled the enemy team to hold shutdown for later. And that's a really caregiving way of playing.
Absolutely. Compassionate Zinzao play from Trizzy the
He's a
jungle
very
there.
selfless jungler, I've always said that.
Yeah, very, very selfless, certainly. Right. W for Rise Gaming, 3-1 now. Paragon unfortunately sliding to 1-3. We'll get the post-game scoreboard up here to see the replay of that one. But Rory, we did actually, to Rise's credit, they held Paragon to a normal game time. How about that?
Yeah, bang on normal game time, which was kind of what I think we were all expecting out of this matchup, just on paper before draft was even created. I'm going to say the scoreboard, not the best indicator of how this game went, because frankly it was pretty even until about 18 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. We do have, there is a certain damage statistic here.
Yes.
In the mid lane for Rise that stands out to me. If we could pull up our MVP graphic production, BB Muffin on the Ahri, absolutely slamming it. And on Ahri of all things, topping the damage chart like that, Middlecott, we do not see that every day.
Yeah, a particularly dank performance from the Rise mid laner there.
Yeah.
But I was the one who asked the question in the champion select, where is the damage? The damage was coming out of the mid lane very clearly.
Yeah.
And I think that BB Muffin had an incredible game today. We saw him solo kill Ketsuo on his Yone, which is not an easy thing to do. Ketsuo is a massive fan of that champion. But more than that, he was just getting involved in everything. And I think that's what you need to be doing when you are playing a champion like the Ahri. It's not enough to just go well in your own lane. You need to be getting out, spreading that lead across the map. And he did that in spades.
Yep, absolutely. Remy the Rodent under the chef's hat of the entire team right there, controlling everything from the mid lane position. Now, I believe we should have a replay of that kind of pivotal point, Rory. You teed us up on this, that 80-minute mark when it really started to look like a Paragon game for real.
Yeah, so Gold's pretty even at this point. Dragons, I think it's 2 to Rise at this point, but nothing meaningful. Now, Trizzy gets a really nice angle onto Shadow, and Shadow uses everything he has to try and get out, but BB Muffin's able to land that charm. Then we see a massive over-engage here. Ketsuo diving in to try and save the Corki, maybe trying to save him, maybe going for a fight. I don't think Paragon really knew either. And then there's an absolute cleanup with, it's a 4-0 to Rise, and that just enables massive mid-access. 2 towers fell after that. The gold swung so heavily towards Rise, and Rise, once they get a gold lead, they know how to take over.
And I have to jump in just real quickly. BB Muffin, little mechanical thing he did in that fight, dashes in front of the Yone ult so that Ketsuo isn't able to fully escape. Like, these are the small things that a player of his caliber is just going to do automatically in a game. Part of the reason why he's so hyped coming in, part of the reason why he had such a good game today.
Yeah, for sure. We have missed BB Muffin around the UK and Irish League scene, and I'm very, very excited to see him back, and I'm sure Rise are going to be happy with that performance as well. Right, let's move on. Second game of the day, we have the Bandits versus Venom Crest. A little spring or winter grand finals rematch on the cards right now. We saw Venom Crest take that decidedly in Manchester 3-0. Now the Bandits are sitting at 1-2. Venom Crest are at 2-1. They have already lost the game, as we mentioned before. We'll get into that into just a little bit. But for now, let's start on the Bandits. And Rory, from what I understand, you have some thoughts to share on this kind of rough around the edges start to spring that they've had.
Yeah, so the current roster that's playing today, we've only seen 2 matches out of them because Lunkafer was busy partying on Monday. That's not a joke, he was literally busy partying. So he wasn't there, and we had to see a sub in. But what I really like about this team is they have a lot of let's go attitude, but normally it's to their detriment. A lot of the time they're over-engaging, they're over-ambitious. Some questions have come out to their drafting. Obviously, the one I think a lot of viewers will remember is because the casters went, how could you give a guy called Lulu? They said that about 30 times in the game, but that's only because the game went on for about 55 minutes. So they had to buy a lot of time with it.
Yeah, so for the Bandits, kind of this lacking cohesion, it's not what we used to know them for, right? We used to know them for being very kind of on the same page and driving through a strong game plan middle court in that early game. You were in Manchester, you saw the way they used to play last split as well, but how do you feel, I guess, about that diagnosis from Rory? Like, what is your thoughts on the Bandits right now?
Well, I'm not going to lie. What we've been seeing this split reminds me a little bit of what happened in Manchester, where obviously it wasn't so great for them up against Venom Crest, but it's that just not being on the same page. Their last matchup against Symbol, it really felt like they weren't able to correctly identify their win conditions and sort of sculpt their team fights around them. It feels this split like it's all on JB Dutch Jones, which, I don't know, for a player in this league, putting it all on someone like him, not necessarily the worst thing to do, but your team needs to be setting you up for that. I think they really missed Lunka on that game on Monday. And so today, with him back in, I'm hoping that it's all just mental reset, going again. We've got our sort of key pieces that can lead from the front, and we build around those.
Yeah, for sure. We know that Lunkafer has always been the heart and soul of this Bandits roster, league MVP caliber. You know, I think 2nd place in the MVP voting in Winter, right behind Rhythm of Venom Crest. Now, if we talk about Venom Crest, we've mentioned Rhythm. Rhythm is no longer here. Rhythm has been promoted to the NLC. Now, Middlecott, you're from the NLC. Would you like to tell us a little bit about how Rhythm is getting on in the NLC? Because this is a guy that has been around the UK scene. He's been to LANs, been to Insomnias. We're excited to see him promoted up there. But it's tough up there.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, it's... I will say there have been more auspicious introductions to Division 1 for a player. You say that how's Rhythm getting along? Well, he's not got much more of an opportunity to get along in the NLC because Rich Gang were actually eliminated yesterday. Haven't won a single game, and honestly, for Rhythm, the big issue that he's had is there's just that higher level of coordination. There is that high level of competition that he really hasn't been able to adapt to. Yeah. Someone that was able to thrive in that level, though, was Chrisberg, who is coming in for Venom Crest for this game. So if we are talking about high-level AD carries, definitely someone in the context of this league that I think can pop off.
Yeah, for sure. This is a guy who's been around the houses for many years in the NLC ecosystem at kind of ERL level. Chrisberg is very, very accomplished. I'm expecting to see him pair up well and have a good showing today. As we are into the draft, we've got a Rise ban, a Fury ban, and a Gragas ban taken away from Bust, and I was espousing the successes of Gragas last week in the first week of the Four Nations from Foreshore and from Bust, and the fact that it's gone from invisible to bannable straight after 1 week is pretty notable for me, as we have still, Rory, reverted to the old Gwen B1. So, with Gragas banned, maybe this is just what we've done.
I don't like Gwen B1 here in particular.
I don't like it, guys. I'm not a fan.
I'm not a big fan because Gwen can't really jungle anymore. Like, those nerfs hit quite hard on the most recent patch notes, and so she's not a flex. You know exactly what you're playing into. And I'm just going to say, Loopy on Monday, blind pick to Shen, a champion he was incredibly competent with, and he got wrecked. Like, he got solo killed, he was down 60 CS, he lost first tower, he was a nothing. So now putting that much weight on Loopy in the draft, it's a bit scary to me.
Yeah, because I was really happy with Loopy's Urgot games. He did so well in the grand finals, and he came in hot to the season. Sadly, the Shen game took a little bit of the wind out of the sails, but we'll see what he's going to pick. It's not going to be Urgot, because that's already been banned away, as the answer of Venom Crest is the Vi and the Azir. Now, the Air Azir is just a cut and dry pick for Azir. I'm happy to see him blind him into anything, not surprised by that.
Ooh.
The Vi, of course, is splitting the community right now, but the Xerath answer we have seen start to emerge into Azir now as well, Rory, or I guess, and this, you know, as an answer to Azir, how do we feel about it? Because Azir's got that sliding gauge, you know, it's not entirely safe.
So the point of Xerath in this counter pick is really you just outrange Azir and you have better wave clear than him early, so you're generally finding much better presence. Also, Xerath did see a bit of a damage buff. I'm not going to say it's major, but you know, I'm happy to see a mage like Xerath get buffed. However, it just doesn't have that much teamfight prowess. We now see the Ashe picked up for Elendil. He loves this champion, and now we're seeing the comps start to revolve together with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, with the Xerath ult. We're starting to see a pick comp evolving in front of us.
Once we throw it to the casters after draft, we will hear from Sovinix, who has put in the production chat fake counter pick IMO in all caps. So he's got some thoughts on this matchup, and I'm sure we'll be happy to hear from him later on. But Middlecott, now that we have had the Ezreal locked in for Chrisberg as well, going into, as we say, Elendil's Ashe, I guess from this first rotation, what are your thoughts on the Venom Crest draft coming through here with the Azir, with the Ezreal, with the Vi? Is this indicating like what kind of comp you're expecting to play, what kind of playstyle you're expecting from Venom Crest in this game, or is this still leaving their options open?
So I think that the Vi does sort of put you into a little bit of a binary playstyle. She only really does one thing, but she does that one thing very well. The good thing about Azir and the Ezreal is they are very flexible, very mobile champions. So once we get into mid-late game team fights, they're going to have a bunch of DPS, a bunch of sort of reposition tools. And looking at what the Bandits have got for them, when you're going for something that is a little bit more pick, doesn't necessarily work against Azir and Ezreal because they just play from so far back. You need Engage, which is a little bit more concrete. You need someone throwing their body in there to lock these guys down. Otherwise, they can just dance away and continue to wail on you. Very much feels like Venom Crest have drafted here what feels like a more high-level comp in terms of the execution that we can expect when you are picking up these champions. But Bandits, obviously taking away that Xerath, like, you know that Azir is one of Air's preferred champions. You feel confident in this matchup. And then, whilst I don't necessarily like Ashe into Ezreal, she is going to be able to bring something. So I think the Bandits have got a clear idea of what they want to do. The question is, does it actually match up as well against what Venom Crest have drafted as it does in their head?
I want to jump in quickly. Venom Crest have gone for a wild cool shot here, and they're just assuming Lunkifer is picking up this Gwen. Because they've now banned out Shen and Ornn. And if that is true, if that is a Gwen Xerath mid-jungle, it's
pretty weird.
It's rubbish. It's awful. So, yeah, I don't know how much of a cool shot that really is, to be honest.
I agree with Venom Crest. I don't think Loopy is going to play Gwen. I don't think we've seen him play Gwen once. I think we saw him play mostly Ornn in Winter Split. We saw him play Urgot mostly in this split and Shen.
Guys,
so
we need blue top laners. We need blue top laners. That's
Yasuo
what
is blue.
It's bluish.
Yasuo is also blue.
Yasuo is blue.
It's bluish.
The blue dits? Are we getting the blue dits?
Can we take it? Is there something left that they can go here? Again, this
is not a Yasuo angle at all.
No, it's not even close.
Given that we said, like, you know, Loopy's not going to play Gwen, I would not expect him to then play Yasuo top, to be honest. It is going to be the Sion, so much more what I would expect from Loopy. Now they've got a pretty nice front line here with the Braum and the Sion standing in front of the Ashe, the Gwen, and the Xerath. The answer here now for Bust is wide open, but Middlecott, for the Bandits, how do you like the comp they've put together at the end? Because you think there's some execution on the board for Venom Crest, but quite high-level comp. Now that the Bandits has finished it, what is your thought on the 5-stack? Seem a little worried.
Yeah, we have the same thought.
A little uncommittal on an answer there.
No, all right, well, hey, you can Ashe Arrow, like, Xerath ult people, and that's Like, not great. Again, we've got Sovonix. He's just dying to
yapping
jump onto
away.
the analyst.
Yeah,
desk.
Sovonix is
Bandits
desperate to
got
get
really
in.
good. Sadly, it's not TFT, and I think that
Bro.
says about everything it needs to be said.
Very opinionated play-by-play. My favorite kind of play-by-play.
Yeah, the only
though he is,
kind
to
of
be fair,
play-by-play, Trajan.
Also, an ex-Four Nations player and team owner and coach as well, to be honest. So he's got some cred to back him up. Now, let's talk about the Olaf, the final pick, the
Love
R5 for Bust. Love it, Rory? Why do you love it?
Love it, because, like, who's stopping you? So, the Bandits want to create, like, this really strong front to back, right? You've got your Sign and your Braum blocking everything coming in from the Azir and the Ezreal, and you're just trying to build as much space as possible. The Olaf doesn't care about Braum passive, he doesn't care about Ashe slow. A Xerath, once you see an Olaf ult you just stand still and accept death. Because Xerath has nothing in the side lane. Like, he has to play so far back, he basically... When we get to the mid game, he can't go further up than his first bush. Otherwise, he'll just get run down. And I'm expecting Bust to go the Ghost Flash Olaf, which closes distance so fast.
Yeah, I think pulling it into like team fights as well. Like the thing that Vi needs is people to go with her. You can do that with an Olaf. You can do that with an Olaf in spades. And again, she doesn't really care about the CC because by the time she's done her job and gets CC'd, well, she's done her job. Like, hands off keyboard, going home. Like, you're fine. Yeah, I'm really worried for the Bandits in terms of the composition that they've drafted here. I don't think it matches up very well with what Venom Crest have got at all. Their engage options outside of the pick that we already mentioned in first rotation hasn't really been expanded. And I think there's a lot on Loopy here to just get in the way, be annoying. Otherwise, they just go straight for the backline and murder your ass.
Yeah, and we have ended up with the Lunker for Gwen as well that we were unsure about given the nerfs. The last point, just before we throw it to the casters, Rory, given the questions that you had for Bandits about the cohesion, the problems they've had, with the comp that they've drafted, do you think this is going to help them or hinder them in their quest to improve on this front?
Hinder them, absolutely.
Oh dear.
That's not even a
Such
question.
a fast answer.
That's
Such
not even
a
a
quick
question.
answer.
Like, I'm not for... Nah, if you're betting right now, right, this isn't stock, like, manipulation.
Your channel points
Bandits
on the
is a questionable one, but the payout's going to be huge, trust me.
Okay, well, with that in mind, this is not financial advice, but let's throw it over to our casters, Sovonix and Frisky. Take it away on game number 2, gents. Sovonix, unload your trauma on us. Let's hear it.
Hello, thank you very much for that lovely handover. Can't believe I'm getting outed on the broadcast like that. My private messages being leaked. But all right, before Frisky, I'll give you your time in a moment. But I gotta talk about this Azir matchup. I am a former Azir main, and I'm gonna shout out someone who explained this Xerath Azir matchup and Hylian, because Azir mains are kind of just known as that dancing Swedish guy, and it's pretty rough for us as he's kind of our spokesperson. But there are others out there, but an Azir main named Anhelion explained to me the problem with Xerath in this matchup is at level 6, if the Azir is good, he can just shuffle you into the jungler basically on repeat. You're in a mobile mage and you're just dead. Xerath does have poke and prio, but up until 6, if the Azir just shuffles you permanently, you're just dead all the time. So, fake counterpick. Anyway, over to you.
Well, as we know, our friend Harold is the head coach of Bandits. So all I say is hello, Harold. That's all I'm saying. Now, the draft of Bandits was relatively messy. I understand that they wanted to go for a kind of switch pick on the Gwen. They wanted to have kind of a flex for that, and they wanted to kind of throw her into the jungle. I don't understand how, you do make a good point on the Azir Xerath matchup, and it can maybe kind of swing in the way of Xerath if it's done right. I don't know why you picked that champion that early when you see Vi and Azir, because you already know the type of comp they're going for. They're probably going to go for something like Rel. They're already going to have something that's at least, they have so much front line and so much engaged, they're going to have something like Ezreal or something that can really handle itself in the back line. I don't know why you picked that early, because all that does is just help the side of Venom Crest comp. This is gonna be, you know what? I am gonna make this criticism. I'm not making it towards anyone. I'm just gonna say it felt like some of the players were drafting like they weren't actually looking at the side of Venom Crest draft. I think that everything they almost went for like a Freljord stuff. They were just going like with blue champions. It's just super like disjointed. The Olaf absolutely makes them almost like obsolete. Like it's such perfect pick for Venom Crest to just negate every piece of CC that is on the side of Bandits. And I've been Bandits' cheerleader for the couple games. I'm still cheering for Elendil and my boy Kenny. My boy Kenny's still going to be getting shoutouts this game. I'm glad he's just on a less aggressive champion, so we see less craziness from Kenny. But I don't actually know where Bandits can go if they don't get like an insane early game lead. I don't know how they fight unless like they all pile on the Gwen and get killed, or it's such a weird disjointed draft for me. Obviously we've seen Venom Crest with some issues before, but like their coaching, like this is like the exact kind of comp that you want. This is like the kind of comp I would draft that just kind of covers all bases. You get some good engage, you get a safe ADC who can kind of make sure that damage is still done, and the Olaf, like we said, is just going to negate all of the CC that can be done on the side of Bandits. It makes it really easy for that backline Xerath and backline Ashe to get killed. So I think we know who I'm on the side of.
Oh yeah, no, I think I'm gonna probably echo your sentiment, and I think another thing with drafts is if one draft has their strong players on their strong champions, and I'm looking at Phrase, I'm looking at Air, I'm looking at even Boss, Proper Panda, Chrisberg, they all have these champions that are notorious to their name within the league, and I think that alone is giving my edge over to Venom Crest. But then when you add on top of it this Bandits team composition, I agree, it's so scary for these backliners to play these fights. When Boss pops that Ragnarok and charges towards a Xerath, JB is going to be number 2ing his pants all across the board, because like, what are you supposed to do? Just stand your ground and hope for the best? Like, no, but I think one thing I want to talk about is Chrisberg in the UK EL4 Nations. What a milestone for the league to have a player like Chrisberg featured here. He's been in teams like G2 Vodafone, he's been in Godsent, Nordavin, Astralis Talent, Misfits Academy, and now he is featured here in the UK EL4 Nations.
I guess he's pretty good, I suppose. I mean, I haven't seen much of him yet, and obviously Rhythm was the MVP of Venom Crest, and I mean, we just talked about how good he was, and now he's dead!
Costa, as it looks like Kenny gets that first blood onto Chrisberg. Might want to add, he has been on a break, so maybe he's just got to dust off those old knuckles and get back to work, but early introduction, not going to be a pretty one for him as he goes 0-1 in the early parts of this game.
See, it's just what I said, just about everything negative that I was giving to Bandits, but at the same time, you never give up on my boy Kenny. My boy Kenny will get it done. Clearly, they were a little bit too aggressive. The Ashe Braum worked well. I didn't see how he used his Arcane Shift because he had to blow all of his summoners, Chrisberg, to get out. And obviously, he didn't get out. It was a failed effort. But we have a shot of the top lane.
That was cool.
That was kind of cool.
That was cool.
Nothing was happening, but it was kind of a cool looking shot, I guess. I mean, maybe we can get that shot again, because now we've got more action on the side of Venom Crest. Loopy is in trouble.
Oh my god, Phrase followed with that Q flash. I mean, it's just a fancy one. Loopy blowing his. They couldn't get any follow-up on that one. Just a flash blown, but I am definitely surprised to see Phrase committing over to that Scion at the start of the game.
I mean, I guess they're just not wanting to worry. I mean, I feel like they'd want to go in on the Xerath. I mean, I think that's, especially of how much we just talked about that, we would want that. Maybe they're just trying to draw some attention topside before going to the mid lane. But, you know, we'll see if it works out as they're getting on Loopy again.
Yeah, this is the classic punish in top lane. Gank you once, you think I'm gone. Just kidding, I am still here. Loopy overextends on that frozen wave, and it's a kill for Bust. And if the Olaf was a point of concern, as you mentioned before, it's going to get even worse now.
Yeah, that's not going to help. I mean, Loopy can still kind of control his wave relatively well if he stays behind turret to not get too insanely fed. So we'll just see where FaZe wants to put his focus. I mean, you'd think that maybe now the bot lane would want some help, especially of giving up an early kill. That's certainly not what they were looking for with an Ezreal-Rel combination. I mean, if you don't get the stacks right, I mean, it's really easy for the two to just re-engage. And obviously, with Winter's Bite, with the volley, just to stun you and just kind of slow you over and over again. And again, just as we say, as Loopy is, maybe we'll have some trouble. I guess he's not having too much trouble yet.
No. I mean, I think he's kind of fine here. The issue, obviously, with Bust is he has opted for that Ghost, and so getting good reset will be tricky. He's kind of stuck in lane with low HP. I think Olaf, one of the champions where you're kind of fine being low, you do have a lot of... What on earth just happened on my screen? Like, that was crazy.
That was fantastic.
It's raining Rels in,
but she
on,
didn't even,
on the Rift.
There's no knockups that could happen, so they just dropped her in like we're in Fortnite. Or I can't say that game, but sorry, apologies. But that was just, I mean, that's what you think about. And now you got the dragon spawning and this. That was the highlight of the day. Just the Rel
Bust is dead.
Dropping in. Bust is dead. We didn't even see that because we were looking at the Rel side. He overstayed, I guess, because he was he just bought items and he was really low before. I think he just got a bit cocky and overstayed, and Luffy got the kill. So much is happening right now. I still can't get over the Rel falling down.
Yeah, but hey, as I said, JB coming victim to that level 6 mark. He is going to use the right of the arcane as Air dodging away, but does get hit by that last shot. It is going to be traded 1-for-1 as Proper Panda moves over to the mid lane. But that was technically a solo kill. I think Lunker and Kenny didn't get a kill participation, so really nicely played by JB as Bandits making us eat our words a little bit. They are currently ahead. Oh.
I suppose so. I mean, just I like still need to like process a couple things. It's just like this.
I mean, I still got to process that that flying Rel.
Yeah, I know. You can see that again. Who knows? It reminds me of an old season 4 bug when somebody would be stuck up in the air too long. You know, now Loopy and Bust lane is looking a little bit more even. I think Bust was just way too cocky. He was overstaying with no items and still low health. I think he just didn't respect what Sion can still do damage-wise enough. I think people still don't respect Sion's damage enough. I think he's a really strong champion right now. Bust is still not going to respect he's dead.
Bust eats a big chunk of damage, and Lunkafo is going to take him down. FaZe dropping as well as the Bandits are running over this early game. They secure themselves one grub. Venomcrest did get two. We're seeing a 1v1 happen in the bot side. Chrisberg up against Elendil. Elendil's not winning this one. True Shot Barrage went wide. Elendil holding that ultimate. Still has both summoners, just should be fine. But what an early game from the Bandits.
Yeah, they're actually getting a lot going for them. They're just kind of punishing maybe the lack of respect that Venomcrest had. Maybe they saw the draft too. Maybe they heard what I said and thought, all right, this is going to be an easy peasy one. But that's clearly not happening right off the bat. You know, Loopy getting some momentum from the top side, and then just the running down of Bust is kind of beginning to happen. He was just overplayed in the river a little bit too much. Bot lane is kind of getting some back. Elendil is kind of laning a bit weaker than Chrisberg. He's been able to kind of make it work relatively well. But I mean, yeah, it's with the dragon as well, it's objective advantage Bandits right now. I'm sure Harold is just laughing at me, just saying like, "Oh, you think it's going to be bad? Watch what we can do."
Yeah,
we can steal camps and then probably die.
Yeah, we'll see what Lunkafoa can do. That Hallowed Mist not going to block away the Emperor's Divide. Right to the arcane from the mid lane, doesn't hit its target. So FaZe gets the kill for free. Nothing traded. Well played by Venomcrest.
Now, I actually do... Bandits' comp is starting to get me a little bit more intrigued because the way that they were able to use the Xerath ult with the Gwen kind of being able to stay alive a bit longer, I think is interesting. If they get like they push up a little bit, even with like Loopy or someone, and they just get people to stay alive a little bit, I mean, you can have the Xerath do decent far-range chunk with that ultimate, especially once it hits 11 and once he gets 1/1.5 items, it's going to be a lot. So it could be just the old, it looks like I'm alone, but I'm actually not alone combo if they can make it work. But Loopy's in trouble again.
Oh yeah, Loopy in big danger. That axe did land, but now he's going to have to survive this incoming tower dive, and with a missing flash, it's going to be a lot to ask for. That Q landing from Phrase, he took the tower aggro as well, allowing a free escape for Bust, as Loopy having to catch that as much of that wave as possible in the zombie form.
It's fair now that they're getting this Olaf involved, especially as he had some couple early deaths. They just want him to be as strong as possible. They know they're going to have some time on this Azir, and they don't want to risk too much making a mistake, getting this Xerath ahead. Bot lane's obviously going to be fine as well. He just needs to farm once he gets his full mirror mana. Chris Berger's going to be up and running. But if this Olaf is really strong, then that's going to be the real detriment for Bandits, because obviously that whole plan I just talked about with the Xerath, being able to do as much damage as possible from a long distance is going to be a bit negated, because the Olaf can just run him down.
Yeah, exactly. Olaf looking like he is in a good spot this game. He's up ahead on CS, a kill on that Scion. Unironically, deaths will be a weird one to analyze for these top laners, because I think both these champions don't mind dying a lot, just as long as they're getting gold during or in between their deaths.
A little bit, I don't know, the balance of this game is a bit weird right now. It's definitely in a position where kind of one big team fight will make it swing either way. I mean, another kill or two on this Xerath, and he gets his item first, and he's going to be able to be really scary. Just a couple pokes, a couple shots of that ultimate, and, we knew that Xerath could be the champion. We just didn't know how effective he'd be in this team comp, in these team fights, and we're still not too sure, but, he's powered up relatively well going into the mid game. Let's just see if it can continue.
I mean, regardless of my comments earlier on how this matchup works, it still is Xerath favored, and I think JB has done a really good job at avoiding those early potential deaths. He has zero, completely none, so he has survived the scary aspect of this potential mid-jungle interaction. But another concern I do have for the Bandits is I do believe they are heavily outscaled by the Azir Ezreal, and they are kind of even right now. They need to be winning harder. And speaking of, JB fires an Arcane Impulse towards the opposite direction, but landing that stun onto air, meaning no Shurima Shuffle comes in.
Yeah, I wonder about this late game as well. Obviously, Gwen can certainly be a threat in the late game, but so much more advantage from a distance that Venom Crest will have. I think it'll make it a lot easier for them to, win these late game fights, just being able to poke out. That's what Ezreal wants to do late game. I mean, you'd be surprised how much Mystic Shot damage happens late game, but Bust is caught out again!
Yeah, they're going on to Bust, right to the Arcane. I think he's got one more shot, doesn't quite land, but Lunker is popping the Ghost and chasing Bust underneath that turret. Has he gone too deep? He's now potentially looking onto Phrase, and there's the unstoppable onslaught from Loopy. It doesn't land. Maybe need to check his driver's license. He misses out on that E slow, and Bust will be fine. Doesn't even have to blow the flash, but now in trouble is Elendil underneath his own turret, as Azir will use that shifting sands to claim that kill on the bot side.
Yeah, Kreisberg clearly showing his strength right now on the fact that they've had to move Kenny around the map just to be able to handle the other dives that they want to do. Obviously, this Gwen is wanting to be relatively aggressive. They're going to need Kenny to support from that. And Elendil's kind of showing some of his weakness as a laner. I mean, he hasn't had the best start right off the bat. Just kind of weak without Kenny being the kind of aggressive force. He's certainly a bit more of a passive laner. And I think Kreisberg is just making sure, while he's maybe not paying attention as much, just get a couple Mystic Shots on there, continue it, and get the kill from there.
Yeah, and I want to ask you, obviously, Bandits, they have been playing more towards the top side of the map. Lunkerfur has been looking for plays, invading the red side of Frage, but let's not forget, that first 2v2 went over to the Bandits, and then they've just completely abandoned any plays towards the bottom side. What do you think about that game plan that they've had?
I mean, you certainly got to have some flexibility. Oh, Kenny, are you getting caught out again? I was just talking about you not getting caught out.
Yeah, he is potentially in danger. Nice Glacial Fissure, but it is Kreisberg getting his first kill of the UKL formation.
Oh, Kenny, you were just warding up too far. You see that blue ward kind of by the east quadrant, by the blue buff there. I'm guessing he put that there just recently, which means a little bit too pushed up. Should have at least had some support doing that, and that's going to fortunately cost them. It's going to cost them first turret as well. So just to remember your question. No remembering the question.
No,
First,
no
Luffy
remembering
must
the
be
question.
getting attacked.
He should be fine. He's a chunky boy, but Alendo's
not fine.
in trouble. Chrisberg gets the kill. Lunka comes around the corner just in time to trade one back, but it's again the Ash being put further behind. Chrisberg not dodging away, does dodge that last shot. That gets taken down. Lunka going 4 kills to 2. Now they're gonna try chase Bust out of his own jungle. There's a teleport coming in, but this is just to pick up the wave.
Well, we saw what they could do against InQuick, and they're the 3-0 team right now, and they obviously beat Venom Crest. So even though Bandits did have a close game against InQuick, maybe we might be underestimating them a little bit too much. They still got the players who got them second, last in the split. I think we got to be watching them a little bit more. Azir certainly coming in handy, just being able to clean up after Venom Crest kind of used a lot of their ammo to get Elendil, who really doesn't need to have a ton of resources spent on him right now. He's not the most useful. I mean, just one Juntels isn't going to be a ton of damage in this team fights. They're just using the Xerath ultimate really well, just poking people out. Again, people are surprised how much damage it does. It is level 11 now.
Yeah, exactly. The Xerath is coming to be really strong, and I agree, it does work well with the Gwen, because Gwen likes to chase people down, and JB can kind of just assist the play from Narnia, basically. Whereas with Air and Phrase, they need to be working together in close proximity to play their fights. We see this upcoming dragon. It's going to be super important because Bandits, they could potentially get Soul Point, whereas from Venom Crash, it's not that big if they can get it. But JB potentially caught out here. We were just praising how solid he's been playing, but he goes way too far forward on the side lane. We were discussing this, actually. Xerath on the side lane is a rough thing to play out as he gets caught for the first time this game. Nice enchanted crystal arrow from Elendil going on to Proper Panda, not the best target. And I think the Rel might have his days numbered as Proper Panda will be taken down. Elendil can finally get himself on the board.
Good call from Venomcrest there. Just get out of the fight. Some people try to kind of have their cake and eat it too and do both at the same time, getting out and maybe fight, disengage, and try to re-engage. They just said, nope, we're going to have our Rel die and just get out. I think that still makes it relatively worth for them. But we got to look here, though. It's not entirely worth if they don't get the dragon.
Yeah, JB channeling that teleport towards the mid lane. Frey's getting chased out by Lunka, and he is now in a world of danger. He's getting pincered by the Xerath. Now they got themselves priority. Air is here, still yet to use any of his key abilities as they get themselves back onto the dragon. Proper Panda coming in from the respawn. And look who's coming over. It's the two top laners. Bust having that flash and ghost. He's got himself a good position. He's found Lunka. Elendil now in danger as he is taken down. Proper Panda finds a 3-man crash down into Magnet Storm onto 3 people of the Bandits. And they are sent packing as that Infernal Dragon goes over to Venom Crest. And the Bandits, finally their composition is getting found out. The struggle to enter these fights are being identified.
I thought Bust was going to be a little bit too aggressive again, but if anything, it worked out well. Got all of them centered around him. Let Phrase just take the dragon, though. And then, yeah, Proper Panda going in with the Magnet Storm certainly helped him get the kill onto Elendil, make things as easy as possible. Yeah, I mean, Venom Crest is just also just doing well, but just poking people out a lot more. It feels like Elendil's getting hit by so much poke every time. I have not, seen him be able to do much in these fights, except for maybe that one Enchanted Crystal Arrow that happened onto the Proper Panda just a few moments ago. It's starting to get a lot more chaotic here. Venom Crest, now with this Infernal Dragon, they're going to delay the soul from Bandits. They're going to have to find another game plan to get back in the game. If they start getting these turrets, if they make sure this Azir stays dead, we could start seeing a large snowball forming.
Yeah, it could be, and now the problem becomes the mid game where a lot of these fights will be breaking out. You can see the struggle of the composition of the Bandits. I think we can give them their flowers and compliment their early game, but it's starting to look tricky, especially on that last dragon. Kenny too far forward once again, could be getting caught out. Proper Panda goes forward, doesn't quite land that crash down, but the cease and desist follows Lunka forward all the way into the backline. Chrisberg gets one, Bust gets the second, and there's no response. Enchanted Crystal Arrow does hit Chrisberg, but there's so little follow-up damage. Here comes the unstoppable onslaught. Luffy does get Proper Panda and almost finishes off Chrisberg. It's a flash defensively over that wall from the Ezreal. And they are being chased out, but it is only 1 kill picked up by the Bandits as a respondent to 2. Boss almost taking down big damage from JB. He's gonna have some refresh on the cooldowns as Boss sidestepping away from one, doesn't dodge the
boy.
W. You think E-Flash landed. The camera doesn't quite catch that one. Boss staying alive, dodges the W, doesn't quite dodge the Q. As JB is going to get that shut down, but this fight, what feels like an eternity, is just keep on going. Elendil flashing away from the Azir. Air is so deep.
He's
Buddy,
far in.
what on earth is this? He is so far forward. No one around him. And he's going to give a big shot down over to Bandits.
Jeebus Christ, I mean, just madness all around the board. As soon as Venom Crest went in a little bit too deep, that's exactly what I got worried about, because I was saying, hey, don't fight with the Xerath being so far away, because they can re-engage and do a ton of damage, and they're just doing it again right here with not full strength.
Yeah, we're still going. Venom Crest. Oh my god! Two-shot barrage from downtown. Finds the kill. Gonna have to be a little bit critical, Kenny. That was some very slow reactions there to not block that ultimate out. But yeah, again, another chaotic fight. Ends in a 1-for-1. Phrase died to Lunker. JB died to Chrisberg. But it is Venom Crest that are pushing the turrets. Oh,
The fact that Chrisberg is getting a lot of these kills is going to help him later on. He's going to be doing damage, more poke
oh
onto
my
Elendil.
lord, Elendil is catching these cues like a professional baseball player. He does manage to kite back proper Panda, and Bust misses out on that last axe, doesn't finish off Lunker, but is surviving. Looper, you need to right-click that Olaf, buddy, as he does eventually get the kill. Might not be able to finish Chrisberg. Again, it's another 1-for-1. Both supports dying off. Air has teleported back into the fight. As chaos ensues, both Venom Crest and Bandits not backing down. But I'm looking at that gold lead. Does seem like Venom Crest are getting the better off the two.
I mean, we're absolutely in the circus right now, because we just call this a merry-go-round of madness. It just feels like an ARAM game where just things are just not slowing down, with not any like attempts to try to recontrol the map and get some macro. It is just fight, fight, fight. Just, you know, see somebody low, fight. Nobody wants to reset. Nobody wants to give up. Just pure insanity all across the board. I mean, they're going to get this Herald Venom Crest, just kind of use the fact that this craziness split them all up. You know, Chrisberg clearly becoming more and more of a problem. I mean, he's making sure to shut down Elendil as well as possible. It's being really effective to, you know, get them back into these fights when it seems like they have a bad caught. But as we can see, this Gwen, 2.5 items now. She's got the Rabadons. Can they be able to stop her? They have to be very careful with that. The Azir is, not the Azir. Well, I can not get Azir and Xerath confused, for God's sakes. The Xerath is going to come online even further. I mean, there's still so many ways this game can go.
Yeah, it could go either way. We're hearing a Scion ultimate towards the mid lane. I think this is just to gap close, make sure he gets to this dragon in time. And now it's Bandits that have control. True Shot Barrage hits a lot of people. Lunker and Elendil both chunk proper Panda. Gets a nice engage onto the right targets. There's no follow-up for now, though, as there is Lunker picking up the first kill. Air responds with a kill onto Loopy. Double kill for the Azir as the fight looks like it's being won by Venom Crest. Air has glided himself on top of Elendil and scoops him back to the rest of the team. Could we be in the face of a pentakill? I don't think so. A quadra kill picked up by Air. He's got one more to pick up to collect the Infinity Stones. JB now in danger.
You gonna get it?
Flash.
Steal it.
It's a
pentakill
for Air on the Azir as the Venom Crest mid laner reigns supreme in the UKEL 4 Nations.
I was about to say that he should have got the Emperor's Divide lined up with the Magnet Storm to make it as even as possible, but clearly the fact that he was playing a little bit sneakier caught me off guard, and it caught Bandits off guard, because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that looks like the first pentakill of the season, and now that's going to swing things really in Venom Crest's favor, because the split fight like that, it seems like nobody kind of knew on the side of Bandits who to go for. They made sure to get everyone down as easily as possible, and Air showing the fact that he needs to be put on a pedestal a little bit more. We always used to talk about rhythm on the side of Venom Crest, but he's saying that I am the new man here, not just Chrisberg. I am the man with the pedestal.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, that team fight was a perfect description of kind of the issues that the analyst desk presented for this draft, and it was like a false sense of confidence that the Bandits got. They were, you know, charging forward. the difference between amazing Azirs and the okay ones are your patience levels on that Emperor's Divide. You saw he used it towards the latter parts of that fight when it was not expected. He let the bandits run into him and he just mowed them down with the soldiers, DPS to the max with that lethal tempo. So Venom Crest now, they are in cruise control, but we'll see if the bandits can do something about this.
It's tough as well that Bandits wanted to get on this Dragon first because they're not a team that's meant to kind of fight in like a big circle group like that. They want to fight in the tight spaces. They want to fight a little bit more front to back. But that's exactly how Venom Crest want. They want Magnet Storm. They want Emperor's Divide. They want Cease and Desist all on top of each other with a big old pile of people. And that's what got them this pentakill. The fact that now we've got 5 kills on this Azir, I mean, just he's got so much range, just a few soldiers hitting him. The burn of the Leandries is going to make things so much more difficult here. Now we got a fight between the Olaf and the...
Whoa!
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, Lunka.
Lunka for getting a little bit more. Trying to push out in that side lane a bit more. Seems like we want to get the job finished, though.
Yeah, Air is probably going to look to avenge his fallen brethren. I heard a Scion ultimate. I wonder if there's a fight happening towards the mid lane. Pings are going down. Crisper gets focused. Bio right to the Arcane. Kenny hits a really nice Glacial Fissure. Proper Panda will have to sacrifice his life to make sure Crisper can get away. And this overall ends up being a 2-kill trade in favor of the Bandits.
Still, I mean, it's a kill on the sideline that's going to help the Bandits a little bit more, especially they try to push out this mid lane a bit.
Oh.
They did good in re-engaging after they knew that they were going to pull people to the side lanes to finish off the Gwen.
Yeah.
Seems like Air's trying to get a little bit more kills, though, and he's going to get more with the Emperor's Divide.
Fake counter pick, called it. Anyway, solo kill for Air. We're seeing a fight towards the mid lane. Nice cease and desist, knocking away the 2 frontliners and getting access onto Elendil. Crisberg's mana bar does not exist, but with that presence of mind, picking up a kill off the back of Bust, running in. He's going to get another, and now the game is starting to slip away from the Bandits. Look at that scoreboard. They're relying so heavily on Lunkafer, and coming into the split, this was the concern for the Bandits. As I remember, I believe it was Rob who said once people figure out the Bandits just rely so much on their jungler, that's when they get found out. And I mean, this game couldn't be describing that any more better.
Yeah, I mean, they clearly rely a lot on the jungler and how much he's able to do in these fights. I mean, it's getting tough for a Gwen right now. I mean, you CC her enough and she can't really get the snips off and get her healing back as she wants to in these fights. I think they're doing a really good job, Venom Crest, on putting this Azir in the side lane. He can certainly chunk these turrets really well. They want to make sure they get momentum back on the side of the map. And people are just underestimating what Crisper can do on this Ezreal. People underestimate how much that an Ezreal at this stage with 2.5, I think he's got 3 items at this point, can chunk tanks. I mean, it seems like a good fight on the side of Bandits, but the fact that Crisper can just getting more and more and more damage, and really, unless they get a random enchanted Krista arrow, people can't really get close to them. Braum kind of hit him with the Glacial Fissure, knocking him up a bit, but he was still so far away. It's just, there's so much power on the side of Venom Crest where they can put this as super strong as Azir in the side lane and still have Crisper do work.
Yep, and it's kind of scary when you look at how much damage the Azir is putting out over the Xerath. Xerath is a poke champion, wants to play things slowly, whereas you saw that bot lane 1v1, it was like, Azir's a DPS, not a burst mage, but I mean, JB got one shot by that Azir combo, so it's looking scary for the Bandits, and well, they have found themselves on this Baron. Just don't know if they can even fight any of these objectives, as Crisberg being forward, he's feeling confident, he's found his groove finally in this game, and Venom Crest have control once again.
I don't know how they can fight. It's got to be like you get a pick, or like you get a lucky thing.
That's that tank frontline.
Kenny is being chunked once again. I feel like I can at least say that Kenny is not entirely the problem. He's being a little bit aggressive as well, but at the same time, you're Braum, you're meant to protect, and there's only so much protecting you can do until you get fully chunked down. I do feel like, I mean, you could talk about how his over-aggressiveness is maybe leaving Elendil a little bit more vulnerable, but at the same time, I still think Elendil's just not doing as much as he needs to do in these fights. I mean, if you want to have a good fight to beat Venom Crest, I think you have to have a more sustained damage on this ADC. I think you have to be able to kite a little bit more around these people, and he's just kind of been slowly getting poked out, and they're going to try to finish it off further here.
Yeah, that's a full combo onto Phrase, but in comparison to what Venom Crest can do, it means absolutely nothing. You want to kill our jungler? This is what we're going to do in response, as they eliminate 4 people off the face of the earth in a blink of an eye. That is 4 people down. They're going to push through the base. They don't even need that purple worm. This could be the game, set, and match.
As Caesar wept as there were no more worlds to conquer, Venom Crest so strong, finally hitting their power spikes with all 3 of these Infernals. They try to get a little bit more bandits, but they're so strong at the point Venom Crest, nothing will stop them from winning this game. And one more kill, it seems, just for laughs on the side of good old Air, and he proves to himself why he deserves to get the first pentakill of this split. Well done to Venom Crest.
Yeah, was a dominant mid to early game, and it was kind of similar to the first game in sense of like the early game was kind of closely contested, but then we saw the better team composition just go out of hand against the side of the Bandits. Now, I think for the Bandits, I don't want to criticize them individually, to be honest, because what can you really analyze when it comes to playing out a draft like this? There's not much you can do. You're up against a draft that have good DPS, have good mobility, have good lockdown, and then your team composition it's sort of like a stand your ground, come to us comp, but without the DPS matching of what your opponents have. And you saw in those fights when it came to fistfight brawls, Venom Crest just had too much damage. Air was too crazy on that Azir, and unfortunately for the Bandits, they what is it? Is it 0-4 against Venom Crest now altogether? Something like that.
Quite the poor record. Yeah, I mean after the finals as well, and they obviously lost the game before, unless there was a 06 game or something like that in the last split that we don't remember. But yeah, not a great record against them. I certainly second a lot of your points that it's just a lot of the draft being the issue. I still think that there's always ways to be playing around drafts on the fact that, you know, a draft doesn't fully close a game for you. There's always ways to be able to win through it. I think the players still didn't really see how they could do that with this draft. I think there maybe needs to be a little bit more comfort on the side of them for them to be able to win these games. I think Loopy maybe could have been on a champion that is as strong as Sion is. I mean, maybe he needed a little bit more something where he can kind of be like the Urgot or the Renekton, where he can be in the middle of the fight and still doing a ton of damage. I still think Elendil is giving me a lot of concern, just how poorly he's doing in the fights. I mean, he's getting a couple kills, but at the same time, his spacing is not great. He's relatively poor in lane. Yeah, I mean, at the same time, though, we just seeing how good Chrisberg is, so maybe it is just how good this guy is. But do want to remember, Sovanix, at the end of the day, we need to remember one thing about this game. We saw Rel fly. That is a true miracle that we can never forget. The fact that we saw that Rel fly and then jump back down like Superman.
Yeah, next time Rel flies, hey, when Ralph has flown, 100% win rate for that team. So yeah, we'll let the analyst desk actually break down gameplay whilst we continue talking about flying Rels. So take it away, guys.
Thank you, Sovanix and Frisky. Excellent job on those first 2 cards, gents. Another win for Venom Crest now. They are looking a lot more like the Venom Crest we used to see, right? They may have dropped that previous game, but they are looking ready and locked in, especially a certain specific person. But let's get the scoreboard up. Let's show everyone now how we did right here. And while that is up, Middlecott, from what we've seen from Venom Crest, given what we saw from them last split, given what we saw in the finals, you know, with this new bot lane and all, what is your kind of take on for Venom Crest? Do you think that we're expecting to see them once again rising to the top? Do you think there's still kind of work to be done here?
I mean, it's like we said in Champions Select, so like with that composition, easy game for them. No, very messy game, and I think a lot messier than I would like to make a comment like that and say these guys are fully back. I do think things are looking better, but there were still a load of those mistakes. Chrisberg and Proper Panda dying 2v2. Boss getting solo killed by a Scion. Like, come on, mate. Like, he didn't even use his passive. Like, what's going on there? So, yes, it's a win. You've got that W. You've killed the enemy Nexus, but I don't feel like this is a game that should be a massive confidence booster. Obviously, the W is nice, but you're more looking at the gameplay, how clean it was. This is a sub 30-minute game. But honestly, up until those final 30 seconds, it really felt like it could have gone either way. And for a team like Venom Crest, who want to be looking right at the top of the standings, that's not what they want to be doing.
Yes, it was pretty messy, all things told, but one player did have a very, very strong performance, Rory. If we take a look at the mid laner from Venom Crest, tell us a little bit about that Azir game.
Oh, this was such a consistently great Azir game. Like, throughout laning phase, I know Savonix was saying he's not a counter, but playing into the counter of Azerath, like, was able to hold the line so successfully. Got some great scoops off in the Dragon Pit team fights in particular. And obviously that Penta, like, it was amazing to see and really well deserved actually looking at this gameplay.
Yeah, I think we're gonna see the Penta again. Hopefully we will. But let's take a look at this one. Middlecott, if you want to break down what we were seeing right here as we head down the river with this dragon setup.
Yeah, so this is initially really, really good for the Bandits. Like, you're getting first move onto this, but Proper Panda with a wonderful flank, not getting one shot, doing everything that he needs to. Backline access coming through from Fraze, and this is kind of what we were talking about with this Venom Crest composition. You've got champions that can go forward, that can follow these engagers. Yes, they die, but they've done their job, they've caused chaos, and then it's pretty elementary, to be honest, from Air and Chrisberg here. I know the AD carry wasn't the one getting the kills, but he could arcane shift forward so freely and dish the damage out, and he's being a good teammate, understands that he's only coming in here for a single game, so gives the pentakill over to Air, which is what you want to see.
Yeah, that's good, respectful gameplay from Chrisberg, absolutely. And Air gave him such a pivotal player, such a pivotal Azir, right? Such an emblematic Azir player to pick up that Penta to really secure that game for Venom Crest. Lovely to see. So with that, we're going to throw to a break. We'll be back in just a few minutes, everybody, with a new desk. 2 more games to go. The Four Nations is not done, folks. Well, we'll see. You know, you be the judge of that one. We've set the bar pretty darn high, I'll be honest. We're gonna punt Middlecott back up to the NLC, and we'll get some real fans in here. So we'll see you back here in just a few minutes.
side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Come on, everybody, bring it in. Side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go. Let's go, let's move side to side, let's go.
Picture, let's go. Okay, this is how the show should be. It's a J-Roll monologue time. Welcome back to the second half of the show. I did not anticipate this to happen. We're all a little bit tilted, but that must be how Venom Crest feel after losing their first game last week. But we're not going to talk about that too much. We're going to go straight into my desk. Let's bring them in. Welcome in, Synergy. Welcome in, Harold, to the show. And how's it going for you guys? Harold, obviously, you had a little bit of stress in the last game. You're feeling recuperated? You're ready for today?
I mean, always ready to jump on and, you know, be here for the community, be here to big up the Four Nations at the end of the day. You know, sucks to lose, but, you know, you gotta live with it sometimes.
It does suck to lose, but you know what? There's still a lot of games, right? We are in week 2, day 2, second half of the day. Synergy, you're on the stream. You know, people at home, they may not have seen you in a while. What do you want to say to the people?
Oh, hello. It was very good to be back. I mean, I think the last time I must have done this would have been spring of last year, potentially. So about a year ago, actually. So yeah, very excited to be back. Very looking forward to these games. And yeah, I think we're ready to see a bit of some GTs.
And we have some good stuff going on right now. Let's bring in the first team. Let's bring up them. Int Quick needs to come through. Although we're actually going to talk about this whole matchup in general, right? Good Chi versus Int Quick. I feel like Int Quick have quickly become the favorites in the tournament, right? Picking up the win against Venom Crest on Monday as well just elevates that even higher. Good Chi are a team that I keep talking about having really good early game, you know, so I do feel like they're a dark horse that could start to take some games off. And in Quick, we've seen them, they like to be very reactive, they like to play a scrappy game, so maybe they could be losing out here, Synergy.
Yeah, I mean, I do think In Quick came in from the second division as runners-up, actually. They lost to Symbol in the final. And I do feel like they did either a lot of work to try and see, or we just underestimated the potential of the Div.2 finalists, because these guys are playing some really consistent League of Legends. They're playing more... They're not even like playing as the usual streamer teams where you see you have names like Kerberos, BZ, Karina, Dragdar, Killy. They're not even like going for like especially like forcing hands check comps. They're actually playing team fights. They're playing the map. They're a good team, and that's surprising, and I really like it.
Yeah,
I will say they do love a hands check though. Like let's not get twisted, right? I watched back the game that was on stream. The people at home could have seen, and it was like 31 to 31 kills at like 30 minutes. You know, it was pretty insane. They like to fight. They like to get scrappy, and I feel like Karina, you know, saving grace in that one, stealing those barons, right, getting in there and helping out the team. I feel like they're a team that can do it all. They can play that macro, but I feel like they've opted into a lot of that team fighting where they don't necessarily want to just play for, okay, we're going to outbrain you. We're actually just going to outhands you, Synergy.
Yeah, no, for sure. And like I said, there's a lot of very experienced players on that team. You know, Kerberos from way back in the days of UKLC, NLC. You know, Dragdar the same, and Karina's had a lot of great experience in the women's scene as well. So bringing in BZ, who's a very mechanically talented player, and Kittenly's shown some really good games on Enchanters. They aren't like the most well-rounded team yet in terms of their like team play. But yeah, as we've said, they will hands check you, and they'll do it very, very bloodthirstily. And honestly, Karina has stolen so many barons this split, it's getting a little bit silly. So maybe we're in for a bit more of that today.
Hopefully, but let's go on to Gucci, right? Let's bring up the team. Let's have a little look at who they're facing today. I feel like Gucci, you know, they have started to make some names, right? They've started to put themselves on the map, and I really like to see it, Harold, because like I like it when teams that we, you know, maybe don't predict as high, right? If you were to do a W King, you know, tier list, maybe these guys aren't sitting at the top, but they're starting to put pressure on some high level teams.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it last week. Symbol went a little bit for the hands check, and then they kind of just fell to the more structured play side of Gucci. And then this team that beat Symbol lost to Paragon.
Yeah.
I think it's a bit silly. It's like it's a team that has a lot of promise. We've got returning players in Shover and Maro. We've got the new additions, Tweak, Stargazing, and For Sure. I do think they need to clean up their act a little bit because the potential is there. But I want to see more controlled play from them. I want to see them secure what they get in the early game and bring it forward.
Yeah, I can definitely feel that, right? I feel like even in the Venom Crest game, right, which is where I feel like I first got my first taste of this Gucci early game, right, they were able to pick up that lead. But then Synergy, they weren't able to convert it into something a lot more meaningful, and I feel like that's where they've fallen down. And ironically, the one game that we saw them have a really bad early game against Symbol, they were able to find that macro prowess.
Yeah, and I think also just playing into their own hands in terms of that Vayne pick, that's what I remember massively from that game. The Vayne just absolutely popping off in that mid to late game, and Maro being an absolute carry for his team. You know, in the early game it was a bit rough, but it's weird. It's a bit counter logic gaming, you might say, in terms of an older reference for the scene. But you know, I'd love to see a bit more Vayne. Vayne's always a fun one to watch. We always remember Uzi, right? So maybe we see a bit more Vayne today. But you know, she's a bit of a hard one to pick right now.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to more flexibility. They played a very standard comp on Monday. I feel like they can do it, right? I'm not saying that Gucci can't play standard comps, but I feel like there is that edge that they have where they can pick some stuff that's a bit weird, and I want them to keep bringing that forward because it's going to give you advantages. It's going to give you that like extra level that people aren't expecting. And also when we go into pick and bans, how do you ban out a team that is willing to pick Vayne into a comp that was just not designed for Vayne to go into, right? We're into the draft. In quick, you're going to ban away the Shen, the Rel gone, the Ezreal, the Zed taken away. Could we have predicted it any easier, Harold?
I mean, if you don't ban these two champions or you look to take them away on first pick against Inquig, I feel like you're just making a mistake. But, you know, again, both sides taking away mostly comfort picks. We see the Stargazing's Rel taken away, Chora's Ari taken away from him, the Smee Shen, which we see playing tonight, not For Sure, taken away. Both teams are attacking the comfort pools of on each side. And now I wonder whether we'll see a Lafiri ban or a Gwen ban for the side of Gucci, because Inquik have the first pick, and Karina has not shied away from either.
Yeah, and Neferi, I think, has been something that's super strong for them. In the game they actually played off stream on Monday against Venomcrest, which they ended up winning. While scoreline-wise, I know we highlighted Dragdar. He did over like 1,200 damage per minute on Varus, which is crazy. Lethality Varus. But from everyone I spoke to, and there it is locked in, it was actually Karina really making like the final moments happen. You know, you've got the lethality Varus, you're gonna get poked out with it, but it was Karina really making the plays happen to secure the fights and secure the wins.
Yeah, Corinna answering the all-time long question, who let the dogs out? It was, in fact, Corinna. The Nefiri coming back once again. I feel like this champion is, you know, I don't want to necessarily say it, but maybe a little bit broken, you know. There are some things the champion does. It's a little bit like, really, Riot? Really? You had to do that? But we'll see if they can overcome that. The Lilia, the Corki coming back in. So again, a more standard composition coming in from Gucci so far.
This is Gucci's bread and butter. Chover has been one of the more 80 carry more mid 80 carry proponents of the league. He's gone towards the Corki many times. He's gone for the Tristana. He plays the Azir, which is more on that auto attacker side. Yes, he is a mage. He deals magic damage. He has spells, but he does end up dealing damage through auto attacks. And then the Lilia, something we haven't seen from. We've seen it from Tweak in their loss against Paragon. I wonder if they're gonna be able to structure a comp around the Lilia, because this champion currently in the meta is probably the best AP jungler available. But as we see on the other side, Dragder's Varus is open. Dragder will pick Varus.
Yeah, 1,200 damage is no joke. Like, that is actually insane. So if we get anywhere close to that, well, then it's probably going to be an quick win. And the Talia coming in, the face from Harold, right? That's exactly how I feel internally.
BZ picking up Mage? What?
Well, so I was actually gonna say, I pulled up on my other screen the draft from the Venom Crest game on Monday, and because they basically started building the same composition, so I was like, oh, I wonder who BZ picked. Well, on Monday it was Silas, which, you know, let's say a more typical pick for BZ that we normally expect, those melee mid laners. So interestingly, if you're going to Talia here, it's almost like they're looking for a little more into that potential maybe chip damage poke strategy, you know, with Corinna in there to finish off. Now we have, let's say, a little bit of poke in Talia. Is this Varus potentially flexing towards like an on-hit Varus rather than the lethality Varus that we had on Monday? We shall see, I guess. You know, this is a very strong all-in bot lane from the side of Gucci. You know, Corki and Nautilus gonna look to go in on Varus super hard. We know Kitterly likes to play enchanters. The on-hit Varus angle's potentially there. They are very squishy right now, though, so maybe need to be a little bit careful, I would say.
And maybe, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but in terms of Kerberos' champion pool as well, like, things like Cho'Gath are not going to go awry, right? Like, that are things that he's played some tanky top laners. So there is a world where they could have the front line and some engage coming in from that. So it's a sentiment of, I do feel like at the moment there's still a lot that could be opened up for in quick, right? And Gucci, I like they locked in the Nautilus. I like they've got that engage. It could be a little bit tricky against that Talia though, right? The fact that you can just get immediately stopped and stunned and take a whole load of damage just on your engage alone could be a little bit risky. But if they can make plays work early, maybe they can just just kind of avoid all of those problems in general.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if there is a possibility that Kerberos will take the Talia. You know, he's known for the crazier side of the picks at the end of the day, as we see a few bans coming through for possible mid lane and top lane flexes.
Well, this is just going to be an idea, actually. Varus top was a thing Kerberos did for a long time, right?
Yeah.
So the Varus actually could be a flex, and into tanks I think that's where it sort of shines because of the % health damage, especially when playing top. Is it likely here? I don't know. But
are we saying Dragdog's going to take Talia as well, or are we just saying that, like, you know, it stops there, like just Varus top, no more crazy? Who knows, right? We're going to find out soon, right? Because we're going into the next round. The Ornn blind is bold. I won't lie. I was a little surprised they've gone for that one, right? Like, they're keeping that Corki flex alive, but I don't feel like Corki's going into the bot lane here. And now we're going to see the Janna picked up. Okay, a lot of defensive play and the Vayne taken away.
What is going on here?
Kerberos, hi, welcome to the UKL 4 Nations. This is Kerberos Vayne. This is Kerberos bread and butter. I've been dreading seeing this champion because I hate range top laners like Vayne, but it has been one of his... It has been one of his premier picks, even on the pro stage, even when he was playing in top division ERLs. He was known as the guy that would just pick anything into you if he thought the matchup was good. And we see the Vayne slam into the Ornn. That is a really tough lane. Last lock-in coming in from Gucci is going to be the Jinx from Aro, which means the Corki is in the mid lane. Pretty standard front to back coming in from Gucci.
Well, this is interesting, I think, because now Gucci have sort of, let's say, the range advantage, at least in terms of 80 carry, but they have the engage angle as well. I think on the side, everyone on Inquick is super squishy here, right?
Yep.
So any Nautilus hook lands, you're gonna get Corki combo, a couple of Jinx rockets, and just explode. So there's like a very fine line here for Int Quick to walk, I think, in terms of they want to play at range with the Varus and with the Talia, and try and get that poke down and get Nefiri in there to sort of execute and clean up, and pray to God that Kitney on this Janna is able to survive and just peel, with the Janna knockups with her ultimate. But yeah, it's going to be very on a knife's edge the whole time, because one Nautilus hook lands and Ornalt lands onto one or two people, and you're getting absolutely exploded because there is no tank on the side of Int Quick. So I like what they're going for, and it's bold. And, it's one of those things that if they're going to do the hands check, as we say, they could run away with this game so quickly it doesn't even matter. But if the later this goes, the harder the angles will be to find for them, potentially. And the harder it is, or easier it is for them to just get picked off by one Nautilus Q.
So I agree, right? I'm not saying that you're wrong, right? Because I do agree with you, right? If we were to take all nameplates off, we would give this to completely random players. I would definitely favor the right side. However, right? The one thing I don't like about Good Chi comp is that they've not given themselves very much room in the early game to kind of get things going, right? They need to scale. They need to get to those 2 items, 3 item power spikes, right? And it's a sentiment where we know that Int Quick like to play aggressive. They like to get those early fights in. They like to build those leads. And I do wonder if that potentially is going to cause them some problems if they don't play really respectfully. But then if they do play respectfully, are they going to fall really far behind? Because I agree, Sinji, if we get to 30 minutes, I do favor Good Chi, right? They will have a much easier time in those team fights. They'll have a much better time when it comes to just needing one pick. The only thing I will say is the split push potential could become a little bit dangerous, because who is going to match someone like a really fed Vayne, right, in a 1v1? But I fear for the early game, Harold.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to become a question of hands checking and whether Karina can just start rolling on an Nefiri again. But I do think if Good Chi can stall out against Symbol, they can do it against Int Quick. So I'm giving my boy Rob the nod. I'm giving Good Chi the win here today. Okay. Synergy, are you kind of on the same line as Harold, or do you feel like Int Quick are just gonna get this one a little bit too?
I'm just too much of a composition sucker, and I just if Good Chi play this early game very, very safely, then it's in the bag. Got from 25-30 minutes. See, now I'm betting against the 3-0 team here, which sounds stupid, but I can absolutely believe Int Quick win this. I think they can snowball. I just such a sucker for a composition.
See, I can't believe, right? I can't believe in it, not because of Good Chi, right? Shout out to Good Chi. Love you guys. But there's so many teams that don't play for that late game. They don't play for the scaling. We're going to find out if they do, though. We're going to throw this one into game. We're going to throw this over to the casters. Brack and Temporal take us through game 3 of week 2, day 2.
Thank you very much, J-Real and the desk. I am indeed Brack Sprit. We have Temporal here as well, making me look so much worse. And
we'll get you some lights. We're discussing.
Yeah,
lights
I know. This is
draft.
a situation that I just probably shouldn't put up with for much longer. But I do have a very cool dragon behind me. We do have a game to talk about, however. And I mean, it's head versus heart, I suppose.
I like it. I think
the head says that Good Chi has drafted just a better composition. You can play team fights. How on earth does Int Quick actually make a organized 5v5 happen? It's land a chain of corruption onto somebody, or Weaver's Wall into Seismic Shove. Those are rather flimsy engage options.
They do have the angle of going numbers disadvantage and just trying to be stronger and better. Champions like Vayne and more recently Nefiri do sort of embody that concept, where you can just engage a 1 versus 2 on your own, hope to snap someone up, and you get a second rotation before the second person bops you to death. There aren't a lot of insta-gibs outside of Maro's Corki here for Good Chi. So there's an angle, don't get me wrong. But right now, I'm looking at Good Chi, and I'm maybe the most confident. I thought this team was going to, hit the ground running pretty well, and I think they have. But I still think they're going to develop over time. I don't think we're looking at final form Good Chi now. I don't think we're going to be seeing it till later on in the spring. That's okay, that's good. When a roster comes together, when something changes, you don't immediately... You might have a honeymoon phase. You don't hit the ball rolling straight away. It's not meant to be that way. The more people I see bait interaction with tweets about T1 in spring, the more I will just mute some of those words. I can't be taking it. You know what T1's done in spring, Brack, since 2023? Nothing. Won 2023 spring, last thing they won that wasn't Worlds. They don't care.
Yeah,
Likewise.
they glow up and they show up when it
They glow up
actually
and they show up.
matters.
I don't think it matters right now. I think you just got to get in top 4 for playoffs. And then I think you just got to put your best foot forwards and make sure you've not left any vulnerabilities on the Rift. 5 IQ haven't shown any vulnerabilities so far. So it's like two sides of the same coin. And I'm so excited that we're going to have a close game, in my mind, between our best team and a team I expect to show up later on.
The question, as the desk set out, though, is this first 10 to 15 minutes is so crucial. Because for all of Gucci's draft, for all the potential they show, if the 10 kills down by 15 minutes and Kerberos can just side lane until the cows come home, then their composition doesn't matter. Like, you're going to have to send the Ornn to the side lane to constantly be marking the Vayne, which means you are down one of your key forms of engage for the 4v4. So it's all on Gucci not getting dragged into the sort of lowest common denominator, hands-only gameplay that Inquick really wants them to try and bite on.
Yeah. And I think Inquick can definitely take that angle as well. I think if you pull to all 3 lanes, those pieces that come together for Gucci just might not. Laning against Vayne after 2 items is going to get a little bit tricky. And that's okay, because we're expecting, to have to move to an objective. For the Vayne to have to contribute something that isn't a tower. But if you get a decent lead early enough and the Vayne plows through things quickly enough, especially, I do want to see fights around the grubs. I want to see and make sure that Vayne doesn't get all 60. That's got to weigh on Gucci's mind. 5 IQ, they can maybe be a bit relaxed with it, but if they do steamroll through all 6, then we might be a little fast for anyone to do anything about the Vayne before Baron itself appears.
Yeah, and with 6 grubs, as you say, the side laning, the playing all 3 lanes sort of strategy becomes very, very dangerous. Because, as you say, post 2 items, Kerberos coughs and a tower falls over.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to play up against the Vayne. Don't get me wrong, Ornn's not the worst thing in the world. If you do eventually catch the Vayne, there is enough damage, and you're sort of like a caster in that way that if you get the Bellows Breath through, that rotation should be yours. As long as you're not extended all the way into Vayne's minion wave, as long as you're not walking back a long time and letting her get best use of her passive, which can feel so oppressive in top lane, I think even if you don't dislike ranged top laners, Vayne definitely on your list if you've gone into solo queue and just like seen like, oh, they have an extra AD carry, and then suffered for half an hour while struggling to CS and rocking your fleet footwork every moment you can on a minion. That's the way it goes.
Yeah, and as you say, with the Vayne, it's by the time she's walking at you, you need to have decided whether you are okay with running away and dying or committing to actually trying to fight her and possibly dying. Because you can't walk away from her, especially if she pops the ult. She's just going to walk at you menacingly, and you have to decide if you have the nerve to turn and actually, face your death with honor. Ornn, as you say, is one of those tanks that does a frankly unreasonable amount of damage, though. So, for sure, especially, I cast the game against Symbol, where For Sure went, 80, 85 CS down against Virtuoso's Aatrox, and then just outvalued him later in the game on the Gragas. If you can do something similar.
His value in such a nice way as well. And that, not only was it oh yeah, you could just cast Gragasol, it's no, he'll be in there with the belly bop, he'll be in there with the DPM. And Ornn can do much of a similar thing. Yeah, we're not quite ready with the game yet, folks. You might have noticed. But maybe if I say those words, I'll jinx it so horrendously.
No. It's manifesting the world you want to see, Temporal. And it's the world that we all want to see right now as we are getting onto the Rift for our 3rd game of the day. Inquick, still undefeated, and once again going for a composition that says it's hands or nothing.
All right, I love those lead director intros. They're so snazzy. Thank you, Brad and Alex. They are so nice to watch. In the meantime, Stargazing, just going to check that bottom bush. Probably going to see, yep, he's dropped the ward into the recall. So the scanner, it's not the most current strategy, but it still checks out. It's still pretty normal. In fact, I think that's the middle bush as well. So we'll have lane control against Dragdar and Kittenly should it come down to movement through those brushes. Kittenly won't be safe from a dredge line or similar attack. otherwise, the calm start to the rift. A ward looking to spot out a counter engage here will see the dogs, but not the champion. Ping's coming through a moment later. As Gucci notice that their own raptors have been warded.
Now, see if they can catch some vision onto Karina before she starts her clear, of course. At present, she is unnoticed. That ward will give Inkquick a little bit of info as to where Tweak is. In fact, I think by the timing it's been placed, it should either still be there or have just disappeared by the time Tweak gets there, which tells you all you need to know. If it's been 90 seconds and your enemy jungler hasn't appeared at your chickens yet, you probably can figure it out.
Yeah, they've done yours for sure. Ragnar and Kinley up in the wave. Stargazing, getting nice and aggressive.
Going straight in, putting some damage down onto Dragdot already. Ignite super early. They want to try and put that damage through. Lethal Tempo was stacked up for Maro. The trade back, however, is good. And Maro ends up on about the same health as Dragdar, of course. Going to have some biscuits in the back pocket as well. So not going to be too upset with how that started out.
No, Mara getting to level 2 first as well. I'd be interested to see if they do manage to push that wave and deny some CS. Looks like Dragdar's holding on just fine though. Smee in the top side coming in. I'm shared between two UK absolute superstars, Smee and Foreshore. In the top lane for Gucci this split. Maybe not what you want to be doing in your debut game on one duty under a tower, but he's a hero all the same.
Yeah, you've got to face down the likes of a Vayne and do so graciously, which that is still going to be a good indicator of things to come, perhaps, from Smee. Especially if he gets put onto something just that little bit more proactive, perhaps in lane. Dodge through. The Unraveled Earth does put some damage onto Chova, and that is why BZ going for something like that Talia just has such an easy time, makes it so difficult for Chova to reposition in a favorable manner.
Alright, Stargazing walking out along the top side here, making sure Tweak gets into the river okay. I think they'll probably buddy up for the... Are they going to attack top lane, which is fine, something you can do against rage tops.
Right now.
Yep, he's going to be spotted on a vision ward there. Yeah. That emote might be tactical. It does realize they come off the wave, and it does mean that everyone's going to be fighting over the Scuttle Crab. His Dragdar's up here too.
Is Tweak going to be able to take it? He does manage to smite that one away. Karina looking at, kind of umming and ahhing a bit as to the target. Stargazing going to be able to step away, of course. Kerberos already completed the recall, so no threat from the top side. We'll just walk back to the comforting embrace of Mara.
Good cheer. We asked for a good first 15. That's a wave denied from Kerberos on an efficient swap. And look, Dragdar's in position, having to stay. That means Gucci have the impetus to swap once again. They're not going to drop anything if they do. Oh no, walking back to base. Mara wanted that extra sword or potion. I didn't see. Should just make this wave. They've generated advantage just from moving out across the map. They've bought Smee time where he's not going to be stuck against the Vayne. Minion wave. Oh, they might miss a tiny bit on bot lane, but a huge win for Gucci in the early game. Won't see it reflected in the gold lead immediately, but that's because everyone's still farming. Everyone's still getting on with everything. Normally you wouldn't be able to do against the range top. Cub should get out of here.
It should be a-okay, as you say. Tumbles available. Stargazing could try for the flash hook. Will be able to find it into the zap, into the ignite, into all the damage. You may have a flash, you may have a ghost. It doesn't matter. Maro, rocket over the top for first blood.
Alright, I hope Coach Rob has a huge smile on his face, and that Gucci themselves should as well. Finding the range top laner in this situation, continuing to push out mid as well. Nicely done. It looks like they're covering the weaknesses that have tripped them up in previous games. The little things have given them away, but right now, they've found the range top, they've kept this swap up, they've kept the economic advantage growing. They've just had a 900, I think, gold swing in their favor. That's, 5 on top, 400 they were under before. Huge victory. Looking good. They have a game plan. They're executing on it. And frankly, Kerberos should have been able to flash that hook. He should have respected it, should have seen it coming. And 5 IQ being punished in this early game.
We were talking about this first 10-15 minutes being so crucial. Karina going to start off the dragon here. I think she is well positioned to be able to take that uncontested. Kittenly and Dragdar will move across to assist her in that endeavor. Tweak being towards the top side means this first set of grubs should be an easy pickup for Good Chi, though, which is one of those potential win points taken away from Quick. Less push power on the side lane.
Yeah, with that priority in top right now, the duo moving back up once again to keep the swapping going. If 5IQ want to break this, you do have to essentially send 2 people to Ornn right now, push the wave in, and then get Dragdar back to where he needs to be. I think losing the grubs here is pretty rough as well. It's good that Karina was already down there on the bot side and already has kept up the trade, but I think this is the sweeter end of the deal. A Jinx with these grubs is going to make my warning about Vayne seem a little paltry if she gets to hit some towers later on.
Yeah, obviously less likely to be on her lonesome when she does it as well. Karina spotted out a little bit on her Gromp. Tweak just around the corner, and there is going to be a Lilting Lullaby available as well. Stargazing not able to find the hook, but they are just stacking up the numbers. Tweak deciding against using the Lilting Lullaby as members move across. BZ trying to join in. Chova has found the angle. Jump away.
Ooh.
Lilting Lullaby coming through off the side. Stargazing should get taken down here. Tweak is going to secure BZ and die to the turrets in the meantime. Kerberos able to pick up a kill and still on the chase. Chova is trying to run through. Flash has already been used. Karina gets the ultimate, gets in, and it will be a feat of warfare secured. 2 for Kerberos, pulling him back out of the early hole.
Yeah, it's a real shame. The Vayne they've been trying to deny so hard has unfortunately just been able to pick up a bit of gold there. And with the cull as well, will be accelerated later on. Not for now. Those kills don't count towards it. But it just seems like Good Chi found a really good pick. That ward on the blue buff, let them in, let them attack the Neferi. But I didn't see a way out once they went that far. You know, I think a bit of overextension mid, a little bit of missed movement. It is harder on the lower side of the map to dodge that extra tower shot as you weave between. There is no path between as there is on top for small characters. And it's just a bit of a shame that a little bit of Good Chi over aggression, a little bit of excitement after this early game has swung straight back. A small lead over to 5IQ. I know, it was so good.
Avoid
it was
the
so
hype.
good.
Keep it simple. Keep it straight. Keep it honest. You've already put Kerberos behind. They do get a little lost in the sauce, and they will lose that lead that great map movements had set up for them. It's not the end of the world.
No, absolutely not the end of the world. It's a shame though. I wanted to see that clean victory. I wanted to see the Good Chi of the future, and we'll see what we get. Do you want to highlight some nice item choices? I know item choices are really boring everyone at home, but Smee has decided that player versus player combat is the point of items this game. There's going to be a dead man's plate for him first, which is really cool against these ranged characters, so you can run at them and threaten them faster. Yeah, it's a little cute adaptation.
Smee also tanky enough at this point that he's not just going to get chunked out by Kerberos. He's probably going to get maybe 1 Silver Bolts proc every so often. They're not going to be too upset about that.
800 gold down, most people. Fairly even. Not a huge shock right now. But, you know, Good Chi's bot lane. Doing a little bit better. Unfortunately, 5IQ's top. Able to generate his own economy, which is pretty cool. Tweak moving forward. Stargazing flashing.
Flashed on, hooked on, and immediately taken down. Stargazing is the one that picks up the kill with the Ignite. Tweak is able to get in for an assist, though. Doesn't leave the play empty-handed. It's a nice little setup. And perhaps a little bit of negligence from the side of Dragdar.
Alright, might be a little bit of revenge play. Karina is behind enemy line set, but
swatted out.
Good Chi, 2 aggressive flashes. Kittenly exposed onto the tower. Stargazing will be able to walk this one off. I don't know what Karina's getting here other than potentially a little bit of a position over grubs. Well, we're not quite ready for them to spawn yet, but not far away.
You've got to move, buddy. Ultimate being immediately used out. BZ trying to get the seismic shoved back, and the damage simply too much. Why does that no towers? Riot!
Goes a little bit airborne, and I don't mean like Cho'Gath, I mean like not on the map. A little bit of a reset angle there is Karina.
I'm sorry, Riot, did you not learn your lesson with the Akali rework? That should not no tower hits. I am sorry. I'm going to have my soapbox moment.
That was a bit clean, wasn't it? That was just a little bit of knowing what 5IQ could get away with there. Hasn't bought them the position on the grubs though. Tweak is going to smite the first one off.
Angel is trying to make the way forward. Mauro has gone on the sleeping Dragdar. Tweak chasing on in. I like the delay on doing the damage. Dragdar going to be able to get taken down. Smee comes through the Call the Forge God. Knock up onto BZ. Stargazing will follow up with the hook. He's playing it careful. He's playing it safe. Low health. Just trying to get away now. Tweak and Maro chasing through onto Kittenly. She's got no flash. The shield will not do that much. Burns down to Tweak. And again, after a moment of getting just that little bit over the top, a little bit lost in the sauce, they sit down. They go,
Good chi.
all right,
It tastes pretty good. It's pretty good. That's all right. That's the sort of front to back we want.
if you cook it properly, I feel like, you know, they didn't do fight. You know, they went a little bit too soon. Maybe they're a couple of minutes off the cook time. They were really eager to eat, and then they got food poisoning, and you know, had to spend a few
I don't know about
minutes
food poisoning, but we're
recuperating.
yeah. Maybe we put it back in the microwave. You know, just for a minute
Yeah,
more,
cook it
just a
back
minute
up.
more.
Second attempt, definitely a lot better. And importantly, Kerberos was unable to join in the play. No TP,
Yeah.
no means of leaving bot lane. So once you see him down there, you know what you're dealing with.
I think the proper thing for me, and Desk, feel free to request this as a replay. 'Cause this is a beautiful thing to look at. Unheard MVP there is definitely Smee. A left to right, beautiful on ultimate, which stopped the members of 5IQ first escaping into the tower, so it clipped Dragdar as he was nearly at the T1, helping secure the kill over there, and then pushed down to stop the rest of 5IQ getting away. Fighting on multiple fronts is this man. You know, he looks like a tank, but he's doing the engage and the team fight
tanctician.
and everything else. A tanctician right now. That's the proper word.
Looking towards the bottom side, Kerberos has gained himself a support as Dragdar has been left in the AD carry matchup in the mid lane against Chova. Chova been a little bit quiet in the early stages of the game, but we've seen little sparks of brilliance from
hello.
him, Kerb. You got to be a little bit careful, dude. It's gonna do a decent
Tweaks
job
on the
of
way.
stargazing the depth charge straight over and through, but that is Nautilus that is not going to survive. Tweak coming forwards as Kittenly has taken a chunk flash into the blooming blows. Misses Kerberos with the follow-up damage, though.
no.
They cannot finish off the kill. The ultimate goes wide also. FIQ just about getting away with murder there.
Yeah, I could see the angle. I think that was a good play, good achieve it. You still got to execute. You still got to get on top of it. I think if that zap was just a little lower. We're just cautiously checking here. He's been the victim of this Nefiri's attention most of this game so far.
I know, I feel
you're
like
right. He's
Karina
having a
was
quiet one.
trying to hunt down some Bambi in that jungle right there. Tweak was not at all healthy picking up that blue buff, but through the assistance of his teammates, will be able to stay hale and healthy and allow Mara to pick up a turret play to boot.
Yeah, nice. 6 grubs on Jinx. Looks pretty good. And just catching that just before it falls down. As we look across the map, no towers falling just yet, but a bit of plate gold over to both teams. A little bit of acceleration out of the early game. Otacon spawning on the top side. Not a huge surprise after that massive team fight earlier on in the game. And if we look right now, we do have a bit of a phase where I think Gucci should be moving forwards into the river to reinforce this vision. They've had that control ward either side of mid now, as Kinley plays out the lower side for quite some time. They've been able to see what 5IQ are up to, and it's been really hard for the Neferi, for the Talia to move effectively. Let's see if they can use it to destabilize a mid position. Looks like we're going through top now. We're just covering Maro and his hypercarry. We'll see the movement down over the objective.
Smee again continues to do his noble duty of
He's doing it.
to Kerberos. To be fair though, he's what, just about 30 CS down against a
Yeah, it's
Vayne
not bad.
in a range versus melee. That's actually nothing to be sniffed at. Remember that for sure 80 CS down in the game against Symbol and still on a pick. That could be very useful later into the game. That Gragas this time. The Ornn, we've already seen it. That fantastic call, the Forge God, around the second grubs. Putting good chi in the nice little spot that they are in right now. BZ.
Oh.
The wave stargazing is having none of it. Going straight underneath the tower. The ultimate follows up. Maro not quite able to secure the kill though. Zap going all the way through. Not quite going to be able to finish it off. Eye of the Storm from Kittenly would have presented that from being lethal damage, I think.
I like it. 5IQ, they'd just moved out of mid, so Gucci call the bluff. push forwards. They do get BZ's flash. It's just going to make it a little bit harder. We'll have to TP back in.
Maro has to flash away from the seismic shove, stargazing, making space. It does feel like his life will be the price that is paid. The Karina able to dodge away from the lilting lullaby, jumps back in, will take that one down. Kittley picks up the kill, and it's an absolute slaughter as Karina takes down Maro for the shutdown also. 5-5
Stargazing
continuing to show it's their hands that are the important part.
Stargazing has done a fantastic job so far of starting these fights, but a little too keen. BZ will just fall for this. The tower will get picked up though, so it's probably worth it. Stargazing has started a number of these fights. It's been so tough to actually get the Jinx the reset there and actually, get her excited, make your way through the fight. Instead, they get 80% of everyone's health bars, but no one goes down from 5 IQ. Excellent management of focus and attention. I think the biggest shout out probably Karina going up in the air instead of getting hit by the little lullaby does mean they're able to apply pressure and take Mara down. We'll have to see if they can do it again. Both teams really want this dragon. It's the time to stop the stack.
Getting jumped on. The sole target of the Call of the Forge God will even take a Super Mega Death Rocket to the face for her sins. It does mean, though, Good Chi have the inside line on the first Hextech Drake of the game, and it's very important for them to stop 5 IQ stacking.
All right, a weaker Rift Herald. They have no grubs over for 5 IQ, but at least they'll get the trade. They are able to move out on the map. Would like to see Good Chi not drop this mid wave also. Let's see where Tweet goes. Running down. I think that will be the mid tier 1 as well, which is a bit of a shame. Good Chi, they do stop the dragon stacking, but at some cost.
It seems like they're trying to prioritize the bot tier 1 for themselves.
Are you just going to trade?
Maybe. I mean, Mara, of course, has 1.5 items, is probably decently well positioned to take that tower down. It wasn't all that healthy. There is that turret being taken down by BZ. Karina has to step away. Will
betraying Kerberos as well.
Kerberos to taking the swirl seed. I would.
Okay, we're going for a death push. I'm fine with this.
They're looking to push through. Stargazing dies off screen, but this is a tier 2 being pushed in by Good Chi. Smee and Mara should be able to take this down and contest it.
Hey, there he goes. All right. Tier 2, it's not solo. It's not solo gold. I think that's just about worth. Mid tier 1 never feels great, but we have highlighted, and you mentioned as well, in addition to the desk, 5 IQ don't have a lot of snap engage tools right here. There's a little bit of you're gonna have to fight with your face. There's we just juggling this one to keep it away from Kittenly.
Kerberos making his way in. Kittenly, I think.
No, Lilia passive twist in that one there. If that is someone else, they probably succeed in slowing them down. Not to be. And with everyone coming back out on the map, let's see where Good Chi goes. I would like them to be mindful of the Rift Herald.
This feels very familiar.
Smee, buddy.
Almost taking another Call of the Forge Guard to the face. Nice little Monsoon to deny the searing charge. She will be A-OK for the time being. Chova, not quite so much. Taking a chunk from BZ. Is able to respond in kind.
It's the wave in, so we'll have a moment of artillery here, but yeah, it's going to be, tough side laning.
Seraphs. I was like, why did that Jigsaw do no damage?
Yeah, it bit the Seraphs pretty hard. Okay, Mara just taking a little bit of poke on mid.
Karina's just going to walk straight on towards this Jinx. The damage might just be too much. It's so hard to keep her off her target because you can just hit the Call of the Pack. Go untargetable for 1 second. All of that CC, everything you use to try and peel is completely irrelevant. And Kittenly with the assist on top. Karina finding her mark once again.
Yeah, the jungler 5 IQ has done so much work, Chova. Bit of a lost cause up here in the top side.
Kerb, 5-1 now, unstoppable. With a build that looks very Nocturne-ish. The only champion that builds experimental hexplate that I know of.
There's a few.
I understand it on the main though. A little bit of extra survivability.
She's not been an AD carry quite the same. So instead, you do just sort of have go mode and a lot more health to boot. So I imagine Kerberos is probably on overgrowth and conditioning in the background. So the Vayne will have more of a body than normal. And it helps on top Vayne to have that agency in the side lane. And especially when you get picked.
Trying to find the angle onto Maro. Thankfully, they are the ones who picked up the Voracious Atakan just moments before the withdraw is expended. I got to assume that was Kerbros's intentions. Like, if I die taking down Maro, that is still a net gain.
I think it would have been better if they got the flash, but that's just come back up. It's maybe a little over eager there. Maybe the timer not perfect for Maro's flash. But yeah, the withdrawal not too bad, not too bad. Worth a little more than it used to be, and you know, I'm not going to be too sad for the Spirit Blossom Rift to come through and withdrawing to be a
I
thing
don't
of
think
the
many
past.
people are going to mourn the
No,
loss
it's,
of Voracious Atakan.
I don't know. It's
Thornbound
it's
sounds really cool, honestly. I like the
does.
thematic they've got going with it.
all right. We've had a bit of a theme this game, bro, of people shadowing side lanes and waiting, calling the bluff of the enemy team to come and approach. This time it's 5 IQ doing it. They're going to drop down this rift hold. Didn't find Chova or anyone else wandering around. It was Gucci only just arriving to their own Titu.
This tower should just be dead to rights. With Shelly there's not all that much good she
Do they
can
go?
do
Do they
about
go
that.
for the next one? Do they call the TP in from BZ? Oh, okay. I'm gonna presume that was for style points.
That has to have been a
'cause,
misclick.
you might rotate around to mid, but I don't even think it's worth rotating around to mid. We've already got 4 people, and the rift is already quite jammed. We're gonna allow that one. Does mean
Right now, we're
5
looking towards the
IQ.
next dragon. 15 seconds up.
Yeah, not far away. We're just gonna get the level up there. A little bit stronger. Inley holding in the bush. In the meantime, X-Gate's used from BZ, so he's looking to be within wall range and let the rest of his team move off this mid wave as Maro starts to chunk it. Good Chi walking in.
Karina had actually just used her
Oh!
ult, but never mind the catch. Straight onto Dragdar. He's surviving for so long. Now Karina goes in, trying to find Tweak. Tweak flashes out and is able to survive. Chova putting the damage down as the CC coming through. Goes immune for a second. Tweak still doing damage. Kerberos goes forwards, but is not able to find his man in Maro. Kittenley's going to die off to the side. Beezy is trying to make space where he can. Has to go golden. Chova should be able to finish this one up with the phosphorus bomb. Has to flash. The auto attack will just about do the trick. Still dodging, ducking away from Karina. She will not get the damage down.
Oh!
It's Dragdar who comes in and finishes it off with the arrow. Smee will be able to get away. It's Maro versus Dragdar for the dragon.
I think
Who can
Varus
right
wins
click
this
better?
one, Brack. I think we're going to have some PvP right now. Dragdar would
Smee
be able to smite this
not
away.
gonna
The
come in.
empowered Q so much stronger.
They've just got to get
He's
him
running
down
out of
faster, it
life.
seems. There's the damage. He will be able to secure
Oh!
the kill. The zap does not find its mark. He gets the kill on the walk out. He's stepping up towards Smee also. Call of the top will be able to snipe through. The knockdown is not going to be enough damage. Smee tanky enough to tank up the Varus, but Dragdar doing so much work in a fight that looked all but lost.
Absolute bloodshed on the Rift. Smee, in his debut game, able to take down the MVP AD carry. Don't look too close. He definitely killed it. He got it. Silver Bolt's proc was enough. Man, absolute bloodshed. 5 IQ did have the recalls for the first part of that fight, so they do get Dragdar back for the revenge kill and the dragon. Playing on a knife's edge here, as otherwise, Gucci's team fight starting to look a lot more convincing. They finally get the shutdown onto Karina. With it, everyone's back out on the map. Baron, 30 seconds away, but we're looking for map assignments. We're looking to leverage TPs now. Good Chi do have that extra summon spell, the extra ability to call someone across the map, so wouldn't mind a deep push into a reset here. It should leave 5 IQ a bit of an awkward situation where the Vayne wants to be isolated, but probably needs to come and join in.
Well, we're talking about teleports. That's why they send BZ towards the bottom side of the rift. Now he will move up, and this TP can effectively be used to get out of the top side of the rift once an objective is taken, or if the call is made to not take it. Right now, though, Call the Forge God going towards Dragdar. Both sides of it miss, however. So does the Chain of Corruption. So does the Howling Gale. Everything missing before the fight even starts. It's definitely more committed. Good Chi. Down that big Ornalt.
The stakes if you get caught there really, really high. So everyone just a little hyphy, just a little excited. Okay, he's going to take chip damage here. Oh, well, so Karina with the Eclipse Shield, nice and big. With that in mind, Maru's coming off reset. Ragdar's getting another wave in top, so Smee's going to have to go answer. Shouldn't really be an ARAM here on mid from Gucci for as much as they can help it. Dragdar's Varus, a huge, huge threat at that range.
Karina still trying, plotting yet another heist. Red buff not going to be available this time.
Oh.
She commits straight in towards Tweak, though. All of the CC can follow up. There is the follow-up damage also. She has to go back over the wall. BZ will grab onto Stargazing, though. This Nautilus not able to get out. That might be the thing that signals the beginning of the Baron for Good Chi. There's still about quarter of the Call of the Forge God. Cooldown Smee. Gotta be just a little bit careful. BZ and Kittenly warding him away as they do indeed start up the Baron. Tweak is still up. Morrow can still do good long-range damage, but they've got to be able to get in. The ultimate will show off that the objective is being taken, but BZ is just holding them at arm's length. The Baron health still dropping down. Takes out Chova. Call of the Forge God over the top. The Baron has already been taken. Morrow gets caught by the Chain of Corruption. Make that 2 for Dragdar, and Tweak is left to run as the rest of his team lies scattered around him.
A bit of a rough showing there, Good Chi. Just, it is a feature of the Nautilus almost that once it's gone in, it can't come back out. It has to sort of pay with its weakness there somewhere. Kerberos.
Looking for the catch in, needs to ult try and step this one away. The ignite plus the flash in from Tweak will secure the kill. Dragdar now in some trouble, needs to get that last bit of damage down, will be able to secure the kill. Stargazing, trying to make some space. It's with the help of the wolves that will get taken down. BZ able to secure the kill. Stargazing again, just not in a happy place. BZ gonna secure that one with aid of the Horizon focus.
Be a little too much cinema for that Jinx rocket here, wouldn't it? Bit of a shame to the side.
I'm not even sure if it
not
would
high
kill.
stakes.
Like, BZ's got the armor.
Yeah, no, at this stage it should. You're almost on the threshold as well. So not the end of the world. We saw that for a moment that the Jinx can do massive damage. That maybe Karina had overstepped a little too much from Good Chi at this stage. They weren't quite able to cut through the front line without losing Stargazing, and on the secondary fight, a little bit of a messy engage. Would have rather seen them all push up mid and sort of threaten the greater position rather than coming through the choke point that BZ's Talia controls so effectively, which caused them to lose Chova before they could even get started. Good Chi not out yet, but certainly down on one knee.
20 seconds until what would be Hextech Soul for Int Quick. You now see Good Chi. They have to step up. They have to show their faces towards this bottom side of the river. All 5 members committed, as are there for Int Quick. The problem is, though, you try and hook onto Karina. It's just not going to come through. Kerberos is spotted out. Called the Forge God. Not used. Sorry, that's the Weaver's Wall. Easy trying to split the team apart. They stay together. But the poke damage now from Dragdar is becoming nigh untenable. BZ looking for the angle in. Seismic shove won't catch onto anyone. Kerberos now starting off the dragon. It feels a lot like Good Chi are just going to be unable to get into the river. There is the Call of the Forge God. Denied. Dragdar will secure the kill onto Smee. Again, it feels Good Chi. They're trying to commit onto a play that they're going through a choke point. Dragdar is getting nigh infinite healing. Like, his health bar did not seem to change when Kittenly is right behind him. All of the shielding and the healing that Vajana can put out. Karina is on the chase, trying to find the angle onto Chova. It will be an easy secure with a Hextech Soul secured, with a little bit of the Baron ticking on through. Int Quick might look to end this quick and go to 4-0.
Yeah, it was a decent attempt, but once again, you're right. Another choke point there, and it's so difficult to hold on.
Morrow having to play from the extent of range. Smee coming out from the recall, but the towers are dropping down quickly. Morrow doing good damage, but Dragdar again, laser accurate with the arrows, will take another one down. Smee, you may be tanky, but against all of these members, against all of the shred that this Int Quick roster shows, Kerberos able to survive on a sliver. Kittenly flashing away to survive, but the Nexus is ticking down and down. It was a good showing, a good first 10-15 minutes from Good Chi. But Int Quick, once again they show it's all in the hands, it's all in the mind games to an extent. The amount of times that they seem to just kind of mind control Good Chi is like, ooh, we're taking this. Come fight us. But come fight us through this very convenient set of cones.
I think there was sort of the difference in execution there, the confidence from 5IQ. Even when it didn't work out, they were there, they played the sort of the motion and never sort of looked scattered apart. They knew where they had to be in relation to each other. Is maybe what bit Good Chi around that final Dragon and Baron fight. But a good show nonetheless. That was close.
It was, and definitely heralds good things to come. As you said, for Good Chi, this is a team that we definitely haven't seen the very best of yet. But still looking pretty solid through the early stages of the split. And as you say, it's just about getting that top 4, getting a comfortable position going into playoffs when you can really show off what you're made of. I'm sure the desk will have plenty to say about that. Before that, however, throw it to a quick break. We'll be back after this.
And they are still undefeated. It's an interesting one, right? Because I feel like it's a team that I would normally talk about when I talk about Venom Crest. That's the line I would say. But in Quick, they've made it happen, right? 4-0 at the moment. I feel like they did what you would have expected from the players. They didn't necessarily do what you would have expected from the composition. And I feel like, you know, Good Chi, they've become that early game team, but then they just can't get it done later on. And I don't know. It's a big question mark. It's something I want to see them improve on because I feel like this team actually has a lot of potential to make so many things happen. And Temporal was saying it earlier, right? In the later stages of this tournament, of this season, I feel like they could come really clean. So there's definitely still one to watch out for. But at the moment, in Quick, just run it up on the top. And let's start off early, right? Let's go through the early game. Harold, talk to me about how it started because it looked good for Good Chi and then it started to not.
I mean, Good Chi did really well to read the possible swap, and then the reswap as well to punish the Vayne moving around the map, because at the end of the day, you can have an Ornn lane into 1 or 2 people. It's an Ornn. He doesn't care. As long as he gets minions, he will get XP. He will get to scale up. But a Vayne, if you get collapsed by 2 people and one of them is a engage support, you're kind of stuck in a bad situation. And we saw that Good Chi did really well to punish the miss on the second rotation, basically on the second lane swap. So they got the first blood onto the Vayne. And then I feel like at that point they got hypey. They got greedy. That's probably the better way to put it. They thought they could just take the early game just because they got that first kill, and I think that was kind of the start of their downfall.
Yeah, and it's what I talked about, right? It's what I talked about synergy. I said teams don't like playing to the late game. They don't like playing later on. They like to get things done early. And I feel like we got the stats up here, right? Before I let you kind of go on. And if you look at the stats, like I feel like there's a lot of close stats, right? Okay, obviously BZ and Dragdar are doing a madness in this game, but there's a lot of numbers that are kind of close. You know, like it's a sentiment of Tweak was able to get some damage done. So was Maro. But synergy, it's just about that getting to the late game and actually playing when your comp is strong. I feel like Gucci just overjumped.
Yeah, no, for sure. And sort of as Harold said, the early game like rotations and swaps were so good, and it really they recognized so well what they needed to do to stall out the early game. Like every one of those swaps was a slight stall in tempo for 5IQ, and that the whole thing was their early game is going to be really strong. Let's shut it down. Let's scale late. And then there's just a little overforce at some point in the jungle. They end up giving away a few kills, and suddenly the tempo's not in their favor. They did get the grubs, which is nice. But 2 Drakes going over early to 5IQ, that gives them a little bit of late game scaling potential, which they do get the soul in the end. Yeah, it was like the idea was so good. It's just the complete execution just faltered at some point.
Yeah, talking about execution, talking about grubs, let's bring up the MVP. It is, as could be expected, it is going to be Karina there on the Neferi. Like, I feel like the stats spoke for themselves, right? 2-1-15, having such a big play in this game. But also, I feel like just in general, this is maybe an accolade that hasn't been given out early enough. The fact that this player has made such a big impact in all these games is not to be understated, Harold.
I feel like this champion is unfair. No takeaways from what Karina did, because she understood really well what she was trying to force on the map, where they were going to try to force a play, and she was there to answer and capitalize on the mistakes. But man, who let the dogs out? Really, like that's the real important question here, because this champion is unfair. I saw this champion dive between 4 people, go invulnerable for a second, kill somebody, and get out.
Yeah, indeed. Now, let's get into the replays, right? Let's run this one back. We're actually going to keep you on the mic, Harold. Let's run VT number 1, because I feel like we want to recap. We want to relive what we just saw.
Yeah, as we see here, in the bot lane early trading, you have the on-hit Jinx that can just take these incremental trades with the lethal tempo. You're going to out-damage a Varus at level 1. But at this point now you're getting the early trade, you're getting the early shop, which means you can immediately set up for a recall into rotation. Get the bounce back, you push it in again. At the same time, we can expect, in top lane there's currently a bit of trading going on. The Ornn is just getting pushed in, but then the reset comes through. Maro and Stargazing just head towards the top side together with Tweak. Tweak gets his red, and we see the answer to the swap comes through a bit late from the Vayne. And at this point, Chia are already back resetting. Like, look at Maro right now and Maro and Stargazing. They're already on the way. They're already going towards the bot lane. Kerberos has no idea of this. He is now pushed up. The wave is kind of frozen in an awkward place. And he is in a situation where he can get forced down. He sees Stargazing on the scuttler, but it's not enough.
Yeah, it's not enough indeed, and it's just really not, and it just exemplifies exactly what I feel about Gucci, and the fact that like they can do the early game clean, they can get themselves these big leads, they can make these plays happen. I just want to see them get that conversion later on, Synergy, and I feel like if we see them unlock that conversion, it could just be single-handedly the biggest change to Gucci. It could just be touchdowns all day, every day.
Yeah, no, I agree for sure. And this game is a great illustration of this, I think, where they were doing so well and they played the early game so solidly in terms of the map and understanding what they needed to do. It's just then those little overforces, which in the moment don't feel like a lot, but then you look back at the game and you're giving away kills to Neferi, you're giving away kills to Talia, and suddenly these champions that are better than you in the early game and you need time to scale, they've started scaling and you've increased the rate at which they're scaling already, and you aren't scaling yourself. So learning to back off a little bit sooner and just play a little bit more composed. Yeah, I think there's a lot of great stuff in this team, and we saw it here with that early macro stuff. That's stuff that's usually, you don't see a lot at this level. I'll be very honest. You don't get to see those kind of rotations and those kind of thinking about the map kind of skills. And that's very promising, I would say, because, yeah, it's rare. So just a little more patience, and they've got this in the bag, and I think we could see a massive resurgence from them.
I may sneeze very soon, but if I do, we'll just move past it. At the moment, let's move past this last game. Let's get into the next one. Let's bring up the matchup that we have last for today. Belfast Storm taking on Bulldog Academy. And I feel like this is going to be a matchup that, you know, settles a couple of records in the bottom of the table. Because, you know what, these two teams haven't had the best start, right? 0-3 for Bulldog Academy, 1-2 for Belfast Storm. They're looking for those all-important wins to give them that springboard to move up the rankings and potentially get themselves into playoffs. Harold, let's talk about this matchup. Let's actually bring up team number 1. Let's bring up Belfast Storm. Talk to me about this team.
Belfast Storm are a team that I feel like should have been 2-1. Is a team that has a lot of potential. Is a team that we saw it in the first play day against Paragon. They just played their strengths and they played the macro really well on the map. But I feel like we're now 3 games in. Feels like they've already been figured out. We've already seen that Wicked has struggled with his champion pool. We've seen already that Shadow, if he doesn't get a lead, their plan kind of tends to fall apart. And yes, Fuyu and Jamsu have been an excellent 2v2 bot lane. They have been great. Tofu has been great on the map as a jungler, but it feels like there's a piece missing. There's a link missing to get this this Belfast Storm stew, to the right place. And
yeah, no, it definitely feels like, if we were talking Goldilocks here, they're maybe too hot or maybe they're too cold. They're not just right just yet. But I have to say, and Synergy, maybe you have some comments about this as well, but Shadow, when they look good, has looked amazing. Like the win against Paragon, the Jace popping off there, the solo carry, basically, like it had it all going on.
Yeah, and that something we highlighted it. I think it was the day 2 show, how much of an impact Shadow had in that game 1 on that Jace, and we kind of did it as a bit of a meme kind of graphic in the matchup against Akers, but it wasn't meant to be a meme in his performance. His performance was unbelievable. Hard carried his team, and having a top lane carry is so useful, right? Like it's you often end up seeing top laners at this level just be kind of your standard tank player, or they're consistent, they're all right, but having those kind of carry options in your locker is super important, I think. So it's something.
No, go. Talk.
I was gonna say, like being able to have like a Jace like that in your locker when the enemy teams are playing tanks, they are playing the Orns and that kind of thing. It makes your opponent think a little bit more in draft. Like, can we get away with this? Are we going to get shut down? How do we do it? Do we have to waste a ban on this? Banning Jace in first rotation is probably not something you hugely want to do, but it does make you think, right? So yeah. I think there's a lot of potential in this team. Sin and Jamsu have been staples of the Four Nations for God knows the last 4 or 5 splits now. They're always a dominant bot lane. But yeah, I do agree with Harold. Maybe do need to sit a little bit more in the mid lane.
Well, let's bring on their opponents, Bulldog Academy. I feel like this is a team that is the most rookie team in the league, which is no diss. They're just the newer team on the block, unless anyone else has big corrections to me right here. And I'm here for it. I want to see these new players. I want to see them challenge those old players. I want to see them move their way up the standings, make some names for themselves. And I feel like at the moment they haven't had that opportunity. They have had a little bit of a tough one. They played against 5IQ. They played against Broad. They played against Symbol as well. So some competitors that have definitely made some statements already in the league. So it's a sentiment where I feel like they've had a bit of a rough scheduling, Harold.
Yeah, I mean, the schedule was rough, but at the same time, they never shied away from playing their way, which is very good, very cool to see. A team that just says, screw it, like, the meta is this, do we care? No, we're just gonna play the way we think we can win games. And, like, we saw it the last week against Broad, the Celt Sims Nidalee. Man, oh man, it was like looking at Shun playing Nidalee.
Yeah, no, I got to say, the early game, I know, maybe I'm just an early game repper out here. I don't know what's going on with me, but I feel like the early game from this team went crazy. Like, Broad were on the back foot. They were almost out of the sumo pit, right? They almost fell, but they were able to cling on. And again, it's very similar to what I want to say about Gucci, right? They have the potential to make it happen. Now, the thing that I will say for Bulldog, it wasn't necessarily just a macro differential. It is also a team com differential from what they picked, right? They picked Lucian, Alistair, Nidalee. Like, that's a lot of early game, and it's hard to wrap that up in the later stages, you know. So I do wonder if maybe they have a couple of tweaks to that actual composition to make that one go a little bit further into the game, but we'll see what they have for us, because I think draft is coming up very soon. Synergy, though, what is your take as we go into draft soon on Bulldog Academy?
So, in a way, I'll say I almost feel a little bit bad for them this split, because I think they looked the previous team, Team Vertex, which was acquired by Bulldog. You know, they actually have had a pretty decent history in Four Nations. You know, they started in Division 2, they worked their way through, they promoted Div.1. You know, they're doing really well in that regard. This split of Div.1 is the most competitive it's ever been. There are some really, really good players. And these guys last split, if I just remember the stats properly, they came 6th in the regular season with a 3-6 record. So, yeah, technically bottom half the table, but they were competing and they qualified for playoffs. Did fall out in the first round of playoffs, finished 7th and 8th. So I don't want to say they were struggling last split, but they were sort of on that boundary. And then you upgrade the league like it has this split.
Yeah.
And it's an uphill battle for them for sure. The Nidalee performance last week, well, Monday even, sorry, was very, very impressive. And I'm excited that they can show that early game dominance. Now, the problem is you're playing against a lot more experienced players and teams who will happily then just chill a bit, sit back, scale, and just outplay you as teams. And that's where I think a little bit of their inexperience at this current level of Div.1 is holding them back. But that's not their fault. It's, you know, it's just the level of the league's gone up drastically this split.
The game's the game, but will they win the game today? We'll find out. We're into draft. We're seeing the Heimerdinger ban, which is absolutely insane. The Nidalee and the Yorick taken away. And then on Bulldog side, they're taking out the Gwen, the Riven, and the Vara. So a couple of target picks coming out here. Jinx going to be first picked, which is definitely not what I had in mind.
I mean, I think
that's an interesting one.
Interesting because she's not as strong as she used to be, and hyper carries are not truly the meta right now in terms of AD carries. You want something that hits early prio so you can move with jungle, you can start securing objectives as soon as you can. Jinx kind of feels like to me that Freedom Jams are kind of saying, we're fine picking this into you, what is your answer? But as we see, there's a missed pick on the side of Bulldog.
Maybe get a quick update from production on that.
Maybe
one.
they're just playing 4v5. They said, you know what, we don't care anymore.
Maybe they're that confident, you know.
Okay, it was a draft, but we are going to restart the draft, so it's all good, and we should be able to bring that one back to you shortly. And yeah, it's been a pretty nice day, of week 2, day 2. I feel like the UK, like you said, I want to kind of bring back that point synergy that you were bringing up. The league has got really competitive. Like, this is the most competitive it has ever been. It used to feel like, okay, you have a couple of teams that were really, really top tier. Then you had a couple of teams that were kind of middle of the pack. And then you had some of the lower teams, the newer teams. But it feels like the league is now like, you know what? Like, anyone could realistically take a game off of anyone here. I feel like there's definitely at least 6 teams that I can imagine, you know, being in that top 1 or 2 spot. And it's really a situation where, like, some of the hard hitters from old are having to contend very much so to try and keep that high spot that they used to be so commonly taking, right? And I got to say, I love it. Harold, obviously you've been here a little bit less time, but you were here last split. Now this new split, are you feeling that rise in pressure?
I mean, yes, because my team made finals last split, and this split I'm feeling like, are we gonna win another game? No, jokes aside, because I love my guys. Like, you know, we're working hard. You know, games are, you know, there's a lot more competition. There's a lot tougher competition. Like, I'm looking at we got so many teams going 1 and 3. We got Chi, we got 200 Bandits, we got
Paragon as well.
We've got Paragon at 1 and 3, and like at the same time, Chi beat Symbol, but Symbol beat us. But then we beat Paragon, but Paragon beat Good Chi.
To me, this is just setting us up for the most exciting playoffs I think we've ever had. Because I think, as Harold's mentioning, like, every team basically is capable of beating every other team in a best of one scenario. You know, they're all capable of doing that. Now we start sticking that in a BO3, BO5, and Fearless draft as well. That's going to be the exciting, because that's going to be our whole playoffs this year, rather than just the grand finals. There's going to be a lot of interesting adaptations going on there. I feel like there's going to be so many 2-1 series, you know, or 3-1 series, or sorry, 3-2 series, I should say. I can't do maths. But yeah, very much looking forward to that.
It's going to be a good time, but we are back in draft. We are here for the final game of today. The Jinx going to be locked in, and the Shen looking like it's going to be picked up. It is locked in straight away, and I'm not too surprised, right? I feel like the Shen was actually quite instrumental when we saw Bulldog take on Brod, especially in those early games when you get to that level 6, when you get that roaming potential, right? The Stand United can just come in clutch, and with Seltsan doing so much work on that Nidalee, I feel like the pairing actually went crazy.
Yeah, but there's no Nidalee available today, so I wonder what the pick will be. Will they go for an early... Or go for an early mid lane or an early AD carry as an answer to the Jinx, and Tofu.
Lilia possibly.
Okay.
Oh, these are quick locks.
This is a T that kind of already has gone through the draft in their mind. Leona Ivern is one of the most oppressive support jungle pairings that are currently available in the game. I think, you know, everybody got to see it at MSI last year when G2 picked it into Top Esports and they 3-0'd them because Top Esports didn't know what the Ivern does. This champion is so oppressive when you have a Leona that can follow up so easily on the root caller. And the Rel will come in as a lock for Magpie. Is it gonna be enough? I feel like on the side of Bulldog, now you need to get something really proactive in jungle that can take the fight to this Ivern, match him on in terms of tempo on the map.
And they're leaving it as well. They're holding back. They've gone for the Rel instead. They've got the Ezreal Rel, which is, I won't lie, it's not my favorite duo, right? Like, you got the Rel wanting to go in, the Ezreal, you need to make sure that the minions aren't there. It could be a little bit risky, but I guess it does stop the Leona from just kind of having freedom across the lane. Also, obviously, it does allow Magpie to get those good roams off and potentially play for other lanes and just leave Nectarius in that bot lane alone to stay safe. But I want to see what they're going to get on that second rotation, right? We're seeing some of the early game junglers banned away. We're seeing some top lane pressure taken away from Bulldog. But Synergy, are there any picks that you're kind of really thinking, okay, maybe we could have just overlooked this? Because I will say Neferi is still up.
Well, in my head, maybe Lilia, potentially, in terms of, like, rapid farming. Like, is a viable Shen target just purely on move speed basis. That was, like, you need some AP right now. We obviously don't... Likely we're going to get some in terms of mid lane, but you're going to probably pick your jungler here because the enemy's shown it. You want to get that R5 mid pick. So that gives you some flexibility, at least, in that you don't need to... If you want to take an AD mid, you can. That's sort of in the forefront of my mind. You can't really opt into any... Okay. Not locked yet, I guess, but... Oh, it is locked. Very interesting. I was going to say, like, you can't opt into a tank jungler here too much because you don't have enough damage, but... Actually, now that we've had the mid pick instead, yeah, you can in theory have a tank jungle here in some form. The problem is, can you force with that? You're going to need some serious force onto this Jinx and also to be able to break through these Ivern shields.
This could be the boldest picking I've ever seen. Like, to pick both your solo laners blind is wild from Bulldog Academy, right? They said Shen, they said Azir, we don't care. We're going to see the Ambessa picked up here. I was thinking, you know, they could have gone crazy maybe with a Mordekaiser and just absolutely slammed Shen. It would have been a particularly not fun time, but they decided against it. They're going to go for the Ambessa, and it looks like the Akali might be joining, which means that it is going to be a lot of dive onto this backline.
Oh, they're wicked. ADS has, well, not ADS has, but man. Assassin pick, you know, he's gone for the Yasuo, he's gone for the Sylas, he's gone for the Kiana in game 1 for the split, but I wonder now what the answer will be. Bulldog Academy leaving the counter pick for Seltsam. What does he have in the store that can turn the game on its head? I feel like... Now, if this was my team, I would say this is a Rengar angle. But Seltsam's not Lunkifer. And it will be the Hecarim instead.
I think it's a Poppy angle, brother. I don't know what you're on about, the Rengar, but it's going to be Hecarim, which I think does go well, right? Like, as in, I think classically Hecarim with the Shen, you know, Hecarim Orianna is obviously another combo that goes well, right? If you get a little bit of extra tank stat, Hecarim can be a major problem. My only issue with it is that, you know, you've got the poke from the Azir, you've got the poke from the Ezreal, like, you've got some members that are trying to stand back, and you're trying to send a not super tanky member into that backline, and I feel like there's a world where, you know what, you could just get absolutely smoked because you step forward, you're gonna get stunned, you're gonna get shielded. Unless you can immediately burst that Jinx, you're gonna have some problems, and your backline is not then getting defended.
Yeah, no, 100%. And this is, in my head, I'm going through this constant battle of why would you not just take the Hecarim on the 4th pick and then, you know, give yourself a full view for your mid. You mentioned Poppy, and that's the only reason I can maybe think is that there were like a Poppy top here into like a Hecarim R4 potentially causes minor issues, but even then, yeah. But to go back to your point, like, how are they really going to get onto this backline of Belfast Storm if you're Bulldog here? You know, the Ambassador's going to be annoying, very, very annoying. Obviously going to aim to probably split quite a lot. You know, you want to aim to draw that Shen ult away, and then Ambassador's going to have a free time. This Jinx is going to be very, very difficult to lock down, and when you don't have any, like, easy access, you know, you're sort of relying on Rel, who's sort of low range. Hecarim, I guess, is the way to do it, but that's a Hecarim ult plus a Shen ult on top. Yeah, and even then, Akali's diving your backline. You know, Leona's ulting your backline. This is a
I
tough
think they don't
one
even
for
have to team
Bulldog, I
fight.
think.
Like,
No.
I think Belfast Storm could 1-3-1, right? Who's going to match an Akali? Who's going to match the Ambessa, right? Like, you can't really send the Azir on his ones all the way down south, right? Because then you're missing out on a lot of your team fight damage, and then realistically, like, Jinx, Ivan, Leona as a 3 is a pretty heavy stack. So I feel like at the moment it does, to me, feel like Belfast Storm have kind of got the golden ticket and run away with it in draft, but we've got to remember, it's not always just about the draft. Sometimes it can be about how it's played on the Rift, and we're not going to wait too much longer. Sorry to the analysts, but we're going to get no more input from you. We're going to send it back over to the casters. Brackish and Temporal, take us through your thoughts on this draft.
I think, Jay, that our thoughts are quite similar to the desk, Temporal. Leaving the R5 for the jungler, like, we pointed out, obviously, Seltsam had an absolute stormer of a game on Monday.
Yeah.
Fantastic debut from him. Was it worth leaving the R5 for a Hecarim?
I think we're just in a bit of a middle that, you know, they were like, oh, we'll try and keep it sneaky for the last. Like, I was calling for Nocturne in the green room, was like, you got to dive past an Ivan, and you're kind of locked in there if you want a submarine. Hecarim's kind of similar in that you will have that sort of big dive, but you know, it catches more people than Nocturne. Hopefully enough for Bulldog here to break through what looks to be a fantastic front to back side from Belfast Storm. I think it's adapted from how I do it. You know, we've seen Shadow be this bloodthirsty top laner. He's got the Ambassador match, and Wicked has been looking for style points so far, I think it's fair to say, this season. So, and Akali to dominate the side lane as well just limits the amount of angles Bulldog can look to play the submarine from.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very challenging for them as the game gets later and later. You had the B1 Jinx, like, you're straight up as Belfast Storm just saying, hey, looking at late game, we get any kind of solid front to back, we've got the insurance policy already locked in, and then
you know what's even better?
Leona, and it's just like, okay, how do
it gets better. It's everyone loves to kill Fuyu. Come get him. We dare you. Dare you, bro. Come get him. Not an easy task.
No, it is going to be an uphill battle for sure, I think, for Bulldog Academy. There are some perhaps interesting inflection points in the game. Like, if we can get to a point where Mike, you know, hits 3 items on the Azir and can land a God Shuffle, maybe that's
I see where we're going.
Point.
If we are like, you know, how does Bulldog tick that box? I think if they catch people individually, then there's a decent way through. That kind of sounds antithetical. Maybe not individually, but maybe not all 5 together. Maybe not Wicked. Those aren't the right words. Maybe not Jamsu, Fuyu, and Tofu together. The Ivan, Leona, and of course
is there a way
the
for them to
Jinx.
split them up? Because that 3-person
Not reliably
block it's so difficult to work against.
It is. I don't think
Ivan
you're getting
shields for
through.
day.
Yeah, you're not getting through the
Daisy
shields. You're
not
not getting
for
through the
days.
stuns. Not getting through Daisy.
For days. It's
gonna be tough. Maybe they just dive level 3 and they get it. But we're gonna have a different showing from Seltsam, who, you know, was all gun and all go last game, and now like the Hecarim wants level 6. He is probably going to be on rails till then if he does want this solo carry start.
I wonder if there are angles, because there is a lot of CC in both of the side lanes for Bulldog Academy. And I wonder if there's an angle for Seltsam to go, oh, they're going to expect Hecarim to wait till level 6. And instead, leverage the lane CC to get an earlier gank off, maybe get himself rolling just that little bit sooner.
Well, 2021 Hecarim tried to gank at level 2. Because, it would be, everyone's waiting until 6, and then you do blue into bot lane and try and make best use of that.
Time. I'm a big fan of the times when I, as a jungler, can take my red buff and decide how my top lane goes.
That's crazy. All right. We see Belfast Storm bounding out of the gates. Doesn't that look pretty? Noxus Rift will soon be saying goodbye to, but I'm a big Spirit Blossom enjoyer. Looking forward to that. Looking forward to some sweeping cameras
also,
there.
What's happening to my boy Xin?
Good things, I'm sure. Good things. The League of Legends story is never traumatic, and I'm sure in true Spirit Blossom fashion, you're gonna get a short comic to explain it all, and hopefully, a choose your own adventure game, because that's tons of fun.
Yeah, there was a lot of people who's like, dating sim? Dating sim for me, please?
Dating. I've heard it described as a dating sim a few times because I don't do it.
I'm going to shout right into the void. I know some of you freaks picked a certain option with Cassiopeia first time round. Okay. I know you did.
No, not guilty, Your Honor. Not guilty.
I will let that statement speak for itself.
It's been 4 years. I've totally forgotten. Decent ward in. That's going to show off the chickens when Mr. Seltsam on his learning arc here on the Hecarim, the show. Wait, did he slip past that?
He did, but is he just going to be able to steal this?
No way.
Delightful. Seltsam immediately upsetting the apple cart by arriving at Ivan's blue buff just after he sat down and said hi.
I'm not sure if Tofu was trying to go through the wall there and sort of not and like leash the blue, so it was like ready to take. No way he's gonna clear out the ones as they're prepped. I'll have to get him big Melvinizzles DMs. It's been a hot minute since we've had him here on the Four Nations, but that's where I get my Ivan information from.
Yeah, Ivan's coming back now.
Yeah.
To come back and find his blue buff gone. He's still level 1, and he has absolutely nothing. Seltsam pops the ghost to try and run this one down. He is going to depart.
Yeah, it doesn't stand up to the Akali at this stage. That is going to be the blue, at least defended for... Oh, sorry, not the blue, the Gromp defended for Tofu. So the Campy can prep and smite. It's definitely a rough start.
You're already 2 camps down. Obviously, that time is going to be recouped pretty quickly because those seeded camps take next to no time to claim. Trade's coming through towards the bot side. Nice little bit of damage done by Magpie there. But it is traded back in kind. Heyo, doing some pretty good work of his own into Shadow.
Ooh!
Yeah, we
pinged it's alright. I just saw the ignite fade away and I thought it was coming on, but that's alright. Alright. Tofu, he could have contested that lower camp with the priority we got there, but instead a lane gank, the level 3 Ivan, sweeping up through the side.
Still looking for it. Now shows up, jumps away, but the Swirl Seed has already landed. That's not the one. Swirl Seed is Tangle Barb? No, that's... There are so many nature champions with so many different names for their roots.
Tree Binding. No, that's not it, but I think that's quite funny to say. Alright, Karen. Yeah. Just doing some dueling. This isn't a big deal. Apparently Shen's getting buffed. Very deserved. And Seltsam does secure the lower part of their jungle. Tofu not feeling confident walking up there. And I would say, audience... I don't
think I would.
Yeah, I don't know how confident I would be with an Ivan invade, just because the champion defies all expectations. It's crazy strong. But at the same time, you just can't go right-click someone. So we're gonna give Tofu that.
Magpie already walking out. Wicked. Trying to put some damage in. Straight on top, Wicked. Looking for the angle. There is an Ignite available. The jump will come straight through as Jamsu is the one to pick it up. 2 Ignites committed. And stuns onto Magpie as well. This will be a second kill. First to Wicked in the mid lane. We were talking about this mid laner. He falls behind, tends to struggle, but he likes to have those montage moments.
That's some real big three anime rubbish right there. You know, it's the surprise, I have this secret weapon. No, I've got another one. Belfast Storm just showing up just in time. And yeah, decent rotation off the bot wave. Committal of the flash that they'd seen Magpie burn earlier on does mean they're able to pick up 2. Excellent play.
Nice start, Belfast Storm. It was a little bit thundery at first, but seems to have calmed a little, and they do find themselves a little bit in the advantage. Shadow darting, ducking, dashing around. All 5Ds a dodgeball. Tofu making his way towards top side. There is flash there for the Shen. Of course, the slows make it so easy to follow up, though. I don't know if there's enough damage to ensure the kill. The flash out from Harakari will make that one just about safe.
Look at him watching, waiting.
Back is attempted. Seltzer.
Oh.
Did he just didn't realize. Immediate flash out from Tofu, taunt over the top. No flash, no hope, and it's a take down kill onto the Shen. I think Seltzer really needs to help Harakari get that wave in, though. No, not going to be allowed it. In fact, as the engage, the level 6 from Shadow goes straight in, and Harakari is dusted. Feat of Warfare secured.
Not bad from Belfast at all. It's a bit of a shocker in the top side. Yeah, you do have to move that wave in, but you know what? From Seltzer's point of view, that's not another camp. He needs to be level 6 with these camps. He's actually just on time to get 5 for grubs. Not massively accelerated as you'd hope to be on the Hecarim, especially if the stealing camps away.
And Tofu showing that even when behind on CS, the Ivern can still be incredibly impactful. Of course, turning that bot side play, turning it into those 2 kills, even by his non-presence. In his absence. That's the better one. Vicarious jumped on. The CC will come through.
A little too soon from Jam, sorry. Yeah, not with the wave in the right place. They just sort of hit go and see what'll happen, so that Tofu's not waiting there a very long time. You don't want to miss out on more camps. Now, Ivan, not the biggest jungle taker in the world, and Hecarim pretty good at clearing grubs. Seltzam did hit 6 off of that.
Mike, you need to actually do something to help your jungler here. Wicked, looking for the potential chase angle, decides against using the perfect execution underneath the turret. Seltzam will be able to get away with his ill-gotten 3 grabs.
Bit much, and Seltzam having to use the ultimate there on the escape is really rough. The Hecarim wants to be using that in the next few minutes to try and secure another advantage and start snowballing forwards and getting that carry performance underway. You can already see the items he is going for. These first few lethality items.
Run a ward, my guys.
The Hecarim blow someone up.
Run a ward, my guys. Nectarius jumped on. Fucking shift. Such a get out of a jail free card.
It is. It's an awkward base. Now stop.
Harry.
So they should be able to stick around a little more. It's not the end of the world. Ideally, like they're still holding on to 5 biscuits between them.
Just gonna put a ward down on the chickens. I was wondering if he might try and set up alongside Seltzam to try and make something happen on the map. That will not be the case. Instead, Dragon might be in their sights.
Bulldogs don't really have the mechanism to get away with this. Akali not having ult is a bit of a concern, but...
Fuyu just coming out of base, though, on the Jinx, so there will be a numbers disadvantage, and I'm not entirely sure how Tofu plans to get over the wall. That would be one way. Jinx ult over the top, not going to be enough to secure it, and it will be a first Drake picked up for Bulldogs Academy. So, despite a little bit of rough moments here and there, they're still being very active in the objective game.
Yeah, just taking what they can get. I think it's pretty decent. They get that without a fight. I think with no Hecarim ult, you really can just push someone through mid, let Akali clear, and look the contest even at massive health disadvantage. A little bit of a missed opportunity, but if Belfast don't want to play risky, you can't blame it at all.
Well, with the reset having to come through from Nectarius and Magpie, there will be a bit of a CS lead developing for Fuyu. Does have the cull as well, so committed to a good 10-15 minutes of just, I farm, let me get towards my items. We already saw in the draft that we just wanted Jinx to be late game insurance, and a 0-0-0 scoreline is pretty much in line with that.
It's all right. They've had plenty of attention down from Tofu, so you'd hope, you know, you'd be pushing the summoner spells, you'd be pushing that advantage. I suppose we saw that kind of translated through mid, right? But it's still not what you'd hope for. The Jinx is still a menace in lane, and you don't want Ezreal to sort of coast on forwards. You don't want any threat remaining at all. Ulti just gonna fall under this minion wave. Let's Tofu come across. Grubs is coming up, and I'm a little bit perturbed to see that Belfast, while they can recall their bot lane here, have sent everyone else down.
Wicked getting the blast cone, but not actually spotting out Seltzam towards the bottom side. Tyrus, be a little careful, but Jamsu not wanting to pull the trigger right now. The true shot barrage over the top will make life a little easier for him to clear the wave out. Mike, still not having the very nicest of times, is able to get a nice little trade back onto Wicked as he steps forward. Of course, we have a gap. We have a few minutes until the next big thing happens. I say that. In the next minute, the next set of grubs will come up. Bulldog Academy. Got to think if they want to really be competitive in tower pushing later into the game, having a full set of grubs would do them very well.
Yeah, I mean, Shen's going to be there, as is probably going to hit some towers. It's decent, and I like Magpie Kakashi here, coming up over the side, helping push out mid-wave, just making sure they can get onto this first. This is the first objective with the submarine fully available for the contest. We'll have to see if Shen gets involved, if Seltzam can dive into the bot line.
Shadow and Wicked are here to set this one up, though. Immediately engaged on with the public execution. Seltzam just dodging around. Wicked is low and has to leave. Shadow now trying to run away. Harakari torn over the top, the flash out. Nectarios trying to now commit forwards on the Ezreal. Flashes, Mystic Shot misses. The shields from the Ivan are too much. Here comes Mike trying to land the damage. Shuffles back too. Shadow not able to get up, but look at these shields still coming over the top. Harakari able to take down one. Jamsu not going to be able to get out from this one. Seltzam has to step away, though, as the Jinx coming in, starting to deal some real damage.
TP over, so here comes Belfast's mid laner. Everyone's got a low health bar.
I feel like Magpie might just be the price that is paid here. Tries to get away the shield. Using the crash down as well. The movement speed coming in from the Akali should be enough to secure the kill, and Magpie will step back just to be that sacrificial lamb.
Okay, the extended play. That is Belfast Storm coming out somehow ahead. Shadow's even going to teleport down into the bot lane to deny another wave, unless Harakari, here we go, also just to teleport down. Yeah, that's a response. Yeah, that's not bad. Getting the Shen TP off does mean that if he comes to join the next play, you know, with his ult, won't be able to get that get out of jail free card. That was a bit tough. I thought Bulldog's faulty really did well there. I wasn't sure if that was Azir ult or an Nivea ult for a minute. It stayed up nicely. It really did look like Belfast was stuck in a trap. But they held on. Uyu came back, and that was what they needed to push forwards and teleport out. Just to extend or punish a little overextension out of Bulldogs, who are clearly feeling confident here. But we can see in the background that the gold lead is starting to slip a little.
I want to reiterate, as Harakari putting some damage down onto Shadow. Again, it's not really anything that will stick, although Magpie might have something to say about that. Grasp procs coming through either side. Public execution being used. All the CC is still a landing. This Ambessa is so mobile, and with the Eclipse as well, very hard to take down without a true blue carry to finish them off.
With that in mind, Kraken's coming up. Lots of big teamfight ultimates available. We don't have Stand United, but Shen is assigned on the same side. So,
Tofu is also on the complete opposite side of the rift.
Yeah. Can't help but feel a bit of a missed opportunity there. The mid T1 in trade, not a bad prize, and you know they're going to check with Jinx ult. Not bad, not a bad shout, but even with the two grubs, not able to really make a meaningful down. I think Belfast need to figure out these things a little bit further in advance, or maybe try and defend a minion wave on mid. We've sort of seen them not attack the waves properly and sort of just try and smash and grab what they can, and it's starting to bite them a little.
Wicked should be able to secure first tower here, which would be feet secured, I believe, for the side of Belfast Storm. That it is. 14 minutes, as you said, the gold lead is slowly creeping up in favor of Belfast Storm. It's around 2.5k right now. Look at this Jinx, though. Got a CS advantage. Got a completed Cult. Got a completed Yuntal Wild Arrows. I don't think there has been a point in this game where Fuyu has felt pressured. And that's something that Bulldogs Academy need to start changing, and pretty quick.
Yeah, it's gonna be from the Hecarim ult primarily, I'd imagine. But the start of last fight, all Shadow had to do was push up, pointing at the Hecarim, and you got the ult out as a defensive measure. So we'll have to see. They can continue forcing the Hecarim to not dive on top of Jinx, not be able to disrupt the Kali. Wicked also, was sort of in line for that escape ultimate, but didn't go below 300 health, didn't completely drop out, was able to recall and teleport in. Let's see if Bulldog try and take this next fight as a you have to come into us again, just as they did at the Grubs, but actually try and laser focus in on Fuyu instead of being pulled apart themselves by what was a very good Akali and Besser approach together.
Yeah, and over the top throughout all of it. Yes, Tofu got put behind in the very early stages, but those shields, ever repeating, ever over the top.
Oh?
Magpie.
Oh no!
Tried to find an engage with the Shen ultimate, and I have to assume that was just bad
that's a shame.
pathing.
That's a shame. That's probably a slight miscommunication, and I'm going to spoil up the Flash W, and it's you got to Hecarim for that submarine stuff. Rel, not the best submarine vector, just because you generally see it coming. It's all right to drop it on once the Magnet Storm is in, and you can use the time that holds people close to Rel to get Shen down and get CC and the damage applied. It's a bit much to do it on the approach.
They will pay a price for that. Big cooldown on the Shen ult. They will give up the tier 1 in mid lane. Tier 1 top, of course, already fell to Wicked. While yet before the next dragon comes up, but it seems like the Shen could be a potential target for members of Belfast Storm already closing in on the bottom side, although there are members just above, just north on your screen. Selton again having to use the ult defensively.
Oh,
Wicked
it's brutal.
looking for the angle in. Daisy is going to take the aggro. The slows, of course, will come through as a result of her. She's going to take him down.
That was just mean to Daisy, Tofu. Like, stop the recalls, but come on, man. You can teleport her away by running away. We'll get the
Mike
tower all
and
the
Magpie
same.
were there, but not able to walk in. The tower will drop down. And where's the cross map? There's nothing being done elsewhere on the map. Bulldog Academy are fully beholden to what Belfast Storm are doing.
It's tough. They had that objective lead, but that gold has been slipping. We spoke about it earlier. And despite the kill lead only being 4-2, we got all 3 towers missing for Bulldog and all 3 intact for Belfast. And I think that, plus some plates from earlier on, has made it. There's a little bit of a gap in gold going on. Now, at least Bulldogs are going to pick up some roses here as they move around the Articon. Not ready to spawn just yet. But all the same, just making sure they're in position, just making sure they're picking those up. With Dragon in a minute, bit of a difficult decision. Bulldog going to Soul Point could be the start of them pulling Belfast into unfavorable fights. But they have to keep their cooldowns and their wits about them. We've got to see this stand united. We've got to see the onslaught of shadows used together. And even if not together, they've got to hit their targets. They can't be forced out once again.
Yeah, that is the problem we've had for Seltsum so far. We've seen, 3-4 onslaughts of shadows, and they've all had to be used defensively because it's always Belfast Storm who are on the front foot.
Yeah, the Hecarim still squishy at this stage. He's got his Shojin. I'm not entirely sure what he builds second these days, but might even just sit on the Dirk if it's not the Yamus for a little bit for that first impact of damage with the additional out-of-combat movement speed. But he's going to need some body soon, this Hecarim. He's real squishy and real vulnerable. Which is a good combo if you want to burn your ultimate, escaping your opponents. Jams you right in the deep end.
Tofu actually sent him launching forwards with the blast code.
Was that Tofu?
Yep.
Buddy, you betrayed Daisy? Betrayed Daisy? Betrayed Leona?
Like, dude, go get him.
Is there something we got to know about this, Ivan? Seltsum's just pushing the wave there, buddy. Just feeling. That is another onslaught of shadows gone. That's a bit questionable.
They do let the dragon fall here. If they want to start up the Herald, they're probably about 15-20 seconds too late. We already see Belfast Storm moving across the map instead. They're just going to take the Scuttle. They're going to try and protect Mike as he takes down their first turret of the game in the top lane.
Shadow's
He
recalled
said
to
the
move up
movement is too
here.
quick. The tower might even fall.
Top T1, you know, not the
Needs
most
to get out.
prestigious.
And
Oh!
quickly, Wicked has already decided his course of action. Zeltsan dropping low. There is the Shen ultimate. The taunt will land onto Jamsu. He has to flash out. The shielding from the Ivan now starting to do its work. Harakari holding strong for a moment, but then a chunk of damage comes through. Jinx ultimate was burned, so he'll be able to get out safely. Mike will be able to use his tower to absorb the worst of the minions. Public execution right over the top, though. Ultimate catches onto Wicked. He's able to find the kill as Magpie is holding on for him. Shadow will be able to take down the follow-up as a TP now coming through. Magpie will drop before he arrives, I've got to feel. There he is, Harakari showing in. Shadow trying to get the damage down towards Nictarios. Seltsam is here. The shutdown will be given across to Harakari. In the meantime, though, the Jinx, who was entirely not present in the play, still a perfect clean 0-0-0, is pushing the mid lane.
I think for you is just, you know, absorbing the gold, unbothered, moisturized, in his lane, in his swamp, on the other side.
It's the pan away thing. You've got like Freebird playing with top lane battles going on back and forth, and then you've got like Mozart as Fuyu is just casually clearing out mid lane. Maybe throws an ult every so often.
No, I like it's not even a bad idea here from the Jinx. The Hecarim's ult is back up, so an extended fight would maybe not be in favor. And even if they didn't recognize that that cooldown was asynchronous to the plays going on, so you're not counting from like end of fight for a rough timer if you don't have it, they had that from mid lane. So instead, the Ezreal actually flip-flopped between mid and top, didn't arrive to top lane for ages, and while they do eventually get the punish, that could have been Belfast Storm suffering a bit quicker. Would have maybe allowed the T2 over. But Nectario, stuck between a rock and a hard place, can't be in two places at once. And right now, that Ezreal with Trinity Force is going to be a lot of the reliable damage for this team. No one else can stay in combat quite so long.
We're seeing Harakari, it's tanky. He's able to absorb a good chunk of damage, but not on his lonesome. And Seltsam, we learned that the second item is going to be a Serpent's Fang, which, I mean, considering we've been seeing Ivan shields, Ambessa shields, Eclipse, I have some respect for that.
It is good. It is a very viable damage option. Yeah, we gotta. You're right. We gotta get some health here in this.
This is not an Iceland cottage pie. We need to see actual beef. Is that too old a reference?
No, well, not for me. Maybe for everyone else. But yeah. Look after yourselves, kids. Eat food that tastes good. Prepare it yourselves if you can. Please don't sue us. Harakari chasing Jamsu down. And once again, the Leona is just going where he pleases. I feel like Jamsu is really sort of feeling that role he's played on the Nautilus for so long on the Leona, where he's just a melee range. He's like, if I can be in Q range of my opponents, I'm having a very good time. And so far, having a pretty good time with that. Not going down, which is like, you know, quite surprising. Did exit that top lane play last with the Ignite burning and having to receive a shield from Ivan there. The true shot barrage through mid won't matter so much a minute on the objective, but just checking if there's anyone standing behind Fuyu and Jamsu there.
We were talking about potential options for Wicked, who are sitting quite pretty at the moment. 2 items completed. They've sent Harakari to deal with them, and considering there is... I mean, the Akali's just not going to cut through the Shen in a 1v1.
Akali's gonna rip into pieces, but it is gonna take like a
while
minute instead of 10 seconds. Yeah, you're not wrong that it's Shen's kind of showing off what we would like Seltsam to be here a little bit. He does have all of that health just to delay impending doom. But we're looking over the other side right now.
I see a Kindle gem.
Yeah, the Kindle gem's not going to save him. It's not going to save Magpie.
Step up, immediate crash down, the jump in. Seltsam has found his target. The Shen is coming in over the top. There is the catch. There is the shutdown. The Jinx's first appearance on the scoreboard is a death. The catch now coming through towards the backside. Break of Chains is able to take down Seltsam. Wicked is caught, taken down by Harakari. The run through is still there. Look at how much health is on the Shen, is on the Ezreal. Shadow now needs to run out. Tofu needs to worry about his own life at this point, has to flash himself, and an absolute stormer of a fight. Finally, Seltsam finds his mark, and Bulldog Academy come out on top.
The submarine rises at just the right time there. Seltsam did one extra, and instead of casting his ultimate, just called for the Shen early on, walked through the backside of the fight. Shadow, is that worth it, buddy?
Magpie just ducking and dodging back and forth. Tofu gets tagged with the Essence Flux. Nectarius is taking all the damage now, though, has to jump over the wall. Shadow taking so much punishment, but holding strong thanks to Tofu. Nectarius continuing to put the damage on Harakari. Goes unstoppable, is able to put the damage down. Baron spawning, but that is the last of either of our team's worries right now.
I like it. I like it from Belfast. They teleport back in, and while they don't go net positive off of it, they do manage to get the teleport out. They delay this dragon and look to take it themselves.
They're going to stack onto Harakari right now, though. In fact, no, Seltsam is going to be the target. Wicked going to try and do the damage here. Another ultimate Onslaught of Shadows out and away. Nectarius able to do the damage. Seltsam drops down in the meantime. Mike trying to get the damage through. He's not able to do it. Meanwhile, Fuyu gets a bit of vengeance for his earlier death. Goes excited, not quite able to chase down the kill onto Harakari, though. Nectarius still playing around to the flank. Magpie has respawned. Harakari now looking for the way back in. Can they get the fight that they want? It seems like they cannot. Harakari going to be taking all of the damage. They're trying to put the damage onto Fuyu, but Jamsu and Tofu are keeping the space. They are holding strong. This Jinx is not dying. It's a triple kill for Fuyu, and we said it before the game. This three-man unit is nigh impossible to crack.
I like it from Bulldog. You know, you gotta try and fight backwards, but not a single one of them had flash there, and Jinx will get a reset in that fight. She will get excited, because even if you steal the dragon, you're immediately going down after. And Bulldogs, it would have been great to go to Soul Point. It ain't worth another 3 lives. Harakari has been the bastion of this team so far. Multiple taunts in the last fight that just clipped away and actually took Wicked down in a time that saved Nectarius' life later on. But on that dragon retake, Belfast were still off this extended play from teleporting in. They had the right people alive at the right time. It is too much to ask for them to come back in, no summoners, and just try and absolutely fist fight it out. They are not set up like that yet. They still need these big ultimates from Seltsam. And while they get the Rift Herald in, no one takes Otacon. And just on a Bulldog now to move out into this top quadrant. Try and get some vision down. They are without teleport, but they have Stand United. We need to see the setup, Brack. It's got to happen again. Otherwise, the Belfast machine that is Fuyu, the hyper carry, is well and truly enabled.
It was all silence until that death. Now 4, 1, and 2. 3 items completed and ready to walk Belfast Storm to a victory.
I
feel like this might just be a, you know what, Shen's been a problem, so we're going to make it his problem.
This pings down onto the Baron here. This is a lot of committal for Shen, very far away. 3 people showed there, and even though they're moving away, and even though the Jinx Rocket comes past, come on, for you, buddy. That's a bit much. They do get him.
A decent while, but that's 3 committed.
What's the trade? How's Midwave gone in as well? Bulldogs have to make a move. They are onto the Otacon. They are taking that. I think that is... faulty as he moved off
if it's Otacon being taken, then it's literally just Mike taking it. He's now getting teleported on. There is an Akali ultimate available. Wicked immediately commits. The ultimate is going to be good. Mike flashing underneath the tower. The Akali going to take the damage. Has to jump away though. Wicked being followed up on. Shuriken flip, damage coming through. Seltsam trying to find his man, has to ultimate out yet again. Tofu will take him down as Shadow is looking to engage past the towers. Magpie, not tanky by any real metric. Public execution comes through. Shadow now going to fight up against Nectarius. The Ezreal is doing a decent chunk of damage. The Ambessa will drop, but the follow-up with the Super Mega Death Rocket. And on top of that, the rest of Belfast Storm follow up onto the voracious Otacon. They'll follow that up with the Baron. Seltsam is dead, and unless Harakari can do something truly monumental, it's going to be all Belfast Storm at 29 minutes.
Huge Team 5 victory there. getting the flash out of the Ezreal. The first Jinx ult I've seen that actually slams home from a decent distance. Takes Nectarius out. Belfast, you're moving up to 8,000. It's a huge, huge victory in combat. And that's the sort of thing, it's going to be a struggle for Belfast to come back on. Bulldog to come back on, because once again, they burn their ultimates not in a constructive way. Wicked. Gonna have to use that here. But not the end of the world.
A stiff
Is he
breeze
gonna,
will take down
is he
that
gonna
tier 1
bait
in
and
mid
withdraw?
lane. Bulldogs Academy, yes, that was a voracious Atacon.
He's not even going for the bait, so it's not an intentional play, but it has bought them time on mid to push this in.
And definitely nothing Nectarius can do to stop them. Baron empowered minions, they're going to keep on pushing forwards. Fuyu continuing to stack up the items. 3 items, plus the Gunslinger's Greaves, Gunmetal Greaves, sorry.
Special version. Wave, just going down slowly.
Magpie can add a little bit of CC, Wicked, going over the wall to make life even harder. Tower will drop down. Super Mega Death Rocket will force Magpie back to base. There isn't anything, it seems, that Bulldog Academy can do about this push. It's only a single cannon minion right now, but there's another wave making its way in. Of course,
No one's
empowered.
escorting that next wave, and the T2 will go down in top. I think Zeltsum just trying to score some gold for himself. The bounty will be pretty big. Will get hysterics off the back of that and basing, but he's out of time.
The engage is already coming through. Nectarius gets a Shen ultimate. Wicked will take him down before that can happen. He gets taken down in trade, but the towers are falling. Seltzam looking for the backline. He will knock the withdraw out from Fuyu. The game might just continue. Jamsu surviving for a moment, but his withdraw will also be used. Harakari holding Shadow in place. The Ambessa can live for only so long. Doesn't take anyone else down. Only 2 fall from Bulldog Academy. They hold on with claws at the very edge of the game, but they live.
Frank, we both love card games. You love card games?
I do love card games. That was a
First
top
off,
pick and a half.
let's see this wild card. I don't think that's going to do enough damage, unfortunately. I got a trade offer for you. I got 5 withdraws in my hand, and I'd like your 2 Nexus towers, please. Belfast Storm. Yeah, that's very worth. They're going to get onto this dragon now. This will go down. There is no hope of Bulldogs making this in time. If we look out on the map, I'm not really sure where Bulldogs can go next. They've got to push out mid-wave properly. Both sides quite vulnerable, and with the people you want to be pushing. There isn't a Hydra item. Titanic Hydra would be what we're looking for on Harry Carey. So he's pushing relatively slowly. We're in a sort of stuck losing position that unless we get another massive True Shot barrage followed up by the submarine that is Seltzum, that is the learning arc, I don't think we're going to see it. It's really difficult to do that without the surprise factor, and when you're in your own base, and especially when you're on a pause, they're in time to make those moves.
A moment's reprieve. A moment to consider for Bulldog Academy. They held on once, but as you say, 5 withdraws for an open Nexus does feel like a good trade. That's only 1 more health bar that Belfast Storm have to chew through before the game ends. They can literally send everyone but Fuyu to the fountain, and that will pretty much do what needs to be done.
Yeah, we'll see. I think none of my examples ever make any sense because kids of today will have no idea about this. This is like the landline ringing at the good bit of the movie.
Yeah.
Because this is your Uber Eats showing up when you weren't prepared for it, but everyone prepares like things properly. This is sort of the disruption at the end of the show.
Used. Wicked goes in, trying to find the angle down. Response on the towers are not too far away, but they've got a while to wait. Magpie has already gone in, gone down. The kill traded back. Wicked falls, but the rest is too much. Harakari will survive for a moment longer. Seltzer tried to find the angle in towards Fuyu, but there is no resistance left to be had. It's a full walk onto the fountain and a pentakill for Fuyu. So quiet for so long, but the storm roars and will take their second win.
Congratulations, Belfast Storm. Huge victory. And it might not be the strongest schedule for you in the world, but that's all right. You still gotta go through the motions. They look disciplined doing it. You're right. There weren't excess deaths in the early game, especially when the Hecarim came online. I felt he was managed. I don't think Seltzum, just 180 degrees these ults backwards. He felt under pressure. He felt attacked. I think we have to credit to Belfast Storm with their target selection, with being aware of how Bulldogs wanted to play this game. This is how they got through. And Bulldogs, you know, you've had your Nidalee ban and starting to sweat a little bit more now after a pretty strong showing earlier in the week. So we'll see if they can recapture that form as the split goes on.
That we will. And we're talking about Seltsam. Wicked, I don't know if someone said to Wicked specifically, that horse, your responsibility. Because it was time and again, the Akali was just jumping in towards Seltsam's Hecarim. And yeah, he, for so long in that game, how many like good submarines did we have? All game.
That was one.
The combo actually was executed
one.
properly once.
And they look good while doing it. And you know who's going to show you how good they look while doing it? It's the desk.
That we will indeed. And welcome back, right? Welcome back. I feel like it was a good final game. I've got to say it, and we got to say it straight. Like we're not gonna pull no punches here. I feel like the composition is exactly what let them down. I feel like we saw the game in the early. I thought there were definitely plays for Bulldog to make, but it just fell flat when we got onto the later stages, and there just isn't really much that you can kind of come back from when you're just taking on a composition that just does everything better than you, Harold.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of ended up being, yeah, cool. You can have you can like do all of these flashy things early on, and yet at 25 minutes we have a 2.5 item Jinx who will just run over any fight. So maybe I don't know. It looked close. Props to Bulldog. Bulldog did really well. I think they showed up, but yeah, at the end of the day, the Hecarim pick wasn't it. And I feel like it let them down a little bit of a draft hole.
And we got to talk about MVP, right? Like I if it's up to me, right, I'm saying the Ivan, right? It's where it's got to be, right? Like I feel like the Ivan is exactly what allowed, and we will get on to this a little bit later. I have a clip prepared from this where it's like the Jinx is fighting and they're trying to get towards the Jinx, and it's what you said, Synergy, right? Where like the Jinx will become unkillable because of the fact that this Ivan can just keep them alive.
Yeah, I think the sort of interesting point, I guess, is how far behind Tofu was early. Actually, we're going to roll the clip now where I think this is where Fuyu really pops off, but it's all through like surviving by Ivan, right? But yeah, Tofu set super behind early. I think Seltsam, his pathing was really smart early in that regard. Got himself a big CS lead, wasn't able to follow it through. But this is where Ivan is always going to shine in terms of he's still Ivan. He's still providing the shields. That's exactly what you need. And as long as the Jinx is alive, you're happy, right? They do get the Drake here, and then this is where Fuyu gets his kind of moment, let's say, and it just pops the hell off.
And it's what we talked about, right? We called it a 3-man of the Jinx, the Leona, the Ivan. That's all they needed in this team fight, right? The other two could do what they wanted in this game on the map because they weren't needed in the team fight, and Tofu is going to take our MVP.
I mean, 21 KDA? I mean, he might have not gotten the pentakill like, you know, Jamsu Fuyu did, but, you know, there's somebody that allowed him to get that pentakill by keeping him alive the entire game, so yeah, I do think this is deserved. Tofu did have a fantastic game on the Friend of the Forest, and yeah, the Belfast Storm roster proving that they don't have to force the win through sides finally. They don't have to force through individual brilliance. They can team fight. They can string you along in the 5v5.
Yeah, and I do want to highlight some positives for Bulldog as well, because I feel like it wasn't just all doom and gloom. Like I will say, I actually think that Nectarius played really well on the Ezreal. I feel like actually that was the highlight for me from Bulldog. I feel like they put themselves in a lot of really good positions. They were actually playing really aggressive. There was a couple moments where, you know, it looked like, okay, actually Belfast were going to get away with it, and then they were getting punished by this Ezreal, right? They were not scared to send themselves in a good position, and I feel like had they maybe had a little bit more support from the composition, not necessarily the players, then maybe it could have been something that Bulldog could have, you know, anchored into more victories. So I do feel like there is some hope for Bulldog. I think again, their early game, they were able to make some plays, they were able to contend, they weren't showing like they were scared or anything. So I do think Synergy again is a team that can definitely be polished and become something a lot better, but are they going to do it in the time? That's a really big question.
For sure, and I mean this game now puts them at 0-4, so they have 5 games left to really show something. And I think the big thing that they have shown is through Seltzam in this early game. We saw it on Nidalee, and we saw it on his pathing today on Hecarim, able to get really solid advantages in that early game. Now, the problem we saw later is that it seemed like there was a disconnect between the rest of the team and what Seltzam wants to do in terms of, let's say he was like 100 CS up on Hecarim, wants to farm, wants to be the carry. And I think in this game, that was kind of all you had at that point. So that let's lean into it. But the rest of the team isn't adapting to playing for that. So a little bit more cohesion in that sense of being a bit more on the same page. Like, you have a jungler who's very capable of getting you leads in this early game. Again, that Nidalee game was so well played in the early game, but they can't close it out because they're then not adapting the rest of the team and the way that they're playing to support the strongest member of the team. I think if they've got a chance, it's going to be through that.
Yeah, Belfast Storm, though, picking up another win. Harold, you said yourself they should maybe be 2-1. They could have maybe been 3-1 now, but they are going to be 2-2. So slowly going to be climbing up those rankings, going to start making some moves for those playoff contentions. But that is going to be all from us today. Week 2 is already done, which is insane, by the way. We are flying through this season just for you guys at home because obviously we didn't get this game on stream. Brod did pick up the win over Symbol as well. And, you know, some people are saying that it wasn't particularly close. So with that being said, right, definitely more results, more action to come next week. We will be back on Monday. There might even be a little bit of, you know, extra content around on the weekend, so make sure you stay tuned. Thank you to everyone that's been on the show. Shout out to our producers as well, and we will see you then.